September 10th, 2024, regular board meeting to order. It is 9:01 a.m. and sorry, I'm having technical difficulties. My password needs to be reset, so I'm going to be going paper. Okay, can I get a Pledge of Allegiance? Supervisor Gonzalez, can you lead us?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Can we get an acknowledgement of the certificate of posting?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That's 5-0. Presentations and recognition, I believe we have none today, unless there's been something added. Okay. Department head announcements. We have one coming from the Ag Commissioner on behalf of the acting CAO.
Yes. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. The announcement comes from Ag Commissioner's office. The 2023 crop report has been released. It is a $360 million in gross sales that you'll see, and it is available on the Ag Department county webpage.
Great. And we are going to hear a roads update from Steve, or it says roads update? Okay, so come on up, Steve.
All right. Good morning, Madam Chair, board, and members of the public. Steve Loop, Public Works Administrator. So we'll be giving updates pretty much every meeting. Sometimes there'll be presentations, and sometimes it'll be just a kind of a verbal list, and the latter is what we're going to do this morning. So just for folks that live and travel around San Juan Bautista area, Prescott Road is scheduled to be closed to public traffic as of today. Property owners and emergency responders can still have access to Prescott Road, which is a very small road in San Juan Bautista, near some of our ag businesses. But the road's small and narrow, and so with all the construction equipment, it's just actually safer to close it down. It'll only be closed down till the 20th of September max, and we're going to be reconstructing parts of the road as part of a planned project that I talked about the previous meeting. There's actually a few roads in that corridor that are going to be built over the next few weeks, and Prescott Road is leading the charge over there. So you have to take a little detour around Prescott Road if you're in that area. Next thing that's also actually finishing this week, we've been installing some speed bumps on Carr Avenue in Aromas. Some extra parts and pieces arrived last week, so we're going to be finishing that project this week. Let's see, on that same note, I met with a guardrail contractor on August 29th out on Fairview Road in Los Vibros. They took a lot of measurements and sent those measurements over to their estimating team, and they're supposed to be providing us a construction estimate, cost estimate, ASAP. I received an email on September 3rd that says they're working on the estimate and they'll provide it ASAP. I don't have a timeline of when that will get installed, but it's moving forward. And I told them, it's an urgent emergency type of project, and they understand that. So making progress over there. We had a washout over on New Idri Road in South County quite a while ago with some previous storms, and we're finally completing that repair because we had to get some extra environmental permits. That's actually being completed this week as well. A lot going on this week. Let's see. San Juan Hollister Frontage Road. So if you've driven San Juan Hollister Frontage Road or 156B lately in the morning, there seems to be some folks that are cutting through the frontage road, which is where the auto yard is and Hollister Landscape is. And so we tried to come up with some strategies to stop people from cutting through, because what's going on is they're cutting through, the backup and going along the frontage road and trying to sneak and get through the temp light and save themselves, I don't know, a few minutes, maybe a few seconds. It's frustrating. But long story short, because one of the businesses there can't quite have their large flatbed trucks make the turns with only one exit open, we were not able to close those two accesses, either one. We were working with Caltrans to close one access or the other, but because of the way the trucks access through the site, they can't really make a U-turn and come back in either way. So we're going to be working with CHP to try to get some enforcement there at that corner. And basically, this just for folks that are trying to cut through, if you have a right, if you come along that frontage road over by the treatment ponds and you want to go right towards 156, you are not allowed to turn right on a red light. And so that's what CHP will be enforcing. So I have to reach out to them and see if we can get some CHP vehicles posted there in the mornings. It's just for a couple hours. I checked in as of 6 o'clock this morning. There was not much of a backup, but there's a little backup. So that's San Juan Halster frontage road status. Shore Road bids. Good news with Shore Road. We received bids yesterday. They're actually slightly less than the estimated budget. So we'll be able to award that project on the 24th if the board decides to award it to the lowest bidder. And we might have a couple $100,000 left over. Don't quote me on that, but at the end of the day, at least the bids came in lower than the estimate and our construction budget for the year for Shore Road, so that's very good news. Fairview Road, Fallon, and Fairview Road Comstock signal designs were received over the past few weeks. And good news, bad news. Good news is the designs look good. Bad news is we're going to have to acquire right away from some of the residents over there, which we thought we'd probably have to do. It's not a big surprise. So we'll be meeting with our design team on site. I think it's next week to just look at the right of way and what we need and what we don't. Looks like we're going to need right of way from 2 property owners at each intersection. The Comstock right of way is just a couple small pieces. Fallon, it's a little bit bigger pieces, but essentially we're shifting at Fallon, we're shifting the whole intersection to the north by 60 to 80 feet, or, yeah, to the northwest, kind of away from the orchard, and then I'll provide better sight distance, and it'll be a signal, so it'll be a lot safer over there. So making some progress. The next step, sometime soon, we're gonna have to reach out to some property owners and ask them to purchase some property. All the driveway accesses will remain. That was a question that came up with the public. Nobody's losing driveway access. So, so that's the status with those 2 projects. An ongoing project that we thought would be paved by now is actually over off of Fairview near John Smith Road. It's in city right away and county right away, and the city is currently working with the contractor to do a couple extra things there, so the paving hasn't been able to be completed. I talked to the contractor developer this morning. He thinks they'll be out paving in a couple weeks, hopefully. So if you're in that quadrant, it's about a half mile of Fairview. Try not to drive too fast. And let's see, a couple other projects. Oh, we met, so Union Road is being designed. We met with San Benito County Water District. They're working with San Juan Bautista to take a water main from San Juan Bautista down the existing 156 shoulder and then up Union Road for roughly a mile up Union Road. So we're coordinating with that design team because we're going to be, we're working on the design for Union, and we want them to, install their pipe under Union where we're rebuilding the road, hopefully at the same time when we have the road, torn up next spring. So they're working on trying to get funding for that, for their water line project. I don't know where they don't know when their funding is going to come through, but the goal is to have the pipeline installed into the road while we're tearing up the road. So that's the goal. So we had some coordination in a meeting with them this week, and there'll be some ongoing coordination with that. And a road-related project, but it's road/parking lot. So we received the plans and I reviewed them for Vets parking lot, we're going to be redoing the surface and lighting in the parking lot. And part of that project is we're going to be installing a new driveway and widening the existing driveway at Vets Park. So Vets Park commissioners ad hoc know about that. And, the project's moving forward as it's supposed to. So we're going to be submitting the plans for the sidewalk driveway improvements to the city within a week so that we can get approval and hopefully start bidding that project sometime soon. So I shall pause there for questions, but that's my update for this morning. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. And this is under a department head announcement. Are there any questions for Steve? So there's no public comment on this item.
I just had a question. Sorry, a question.
I'll start with Supervisor Zenger because he caught my eye first.
Okay.
All right. Thanks, Steve. Yeah, quick questions. The dip on Lone Tree near Pan Tempo that becomes a pool every winter, there any plan of attack on that?
Yeah, so our road superintendent and I have talked quite a bit about that. The goal is we're going to bring a lot of roadway shavings, shaved off asphalt essentially, build it up approximately 2 feet, do a little conform on one of the driveways and put some hot mix asphalt on top of it, and then grade one of the shoulders. The problem with that is it's kind of a historical low point that has gotten worse over the years because of some grading across the street. So we're going to grade the south ditch to try to release south, and then eventually it should go north, or actually, I'm incorrect. It'll release west and then drain north. It will still pond a little bit, I think, but we actually tried to install, we had a project to install a pipe there, I don't know, a couple years ago, but the pipe was in direct conflict with a large water line that maybe wasn't installed exactly where we thought it was. So yes, there's a plan. And so we plan to do that before the winter time.
Okay, awesome. It's great to hear. The only other question was, I assume we're still waiting till the end of this month, I guess, to see if we were going to have those, some money left over that you suggested for Lover's Lane and Lone Tree.
Yeah, I think there is some Measure G funds. With the estimates I've seen at Fairview Fallon, we might have to use that for the Fairview Fallon signal, but I do think there's going to be some Measure G money left over, say roughly $1 million tentatively. But the estimate for Fairview Fallon is $3.5 million, which is a little bit higher than we thought was going to be. We can reduce that cost, but I think we need to make some progress with the right-of-way at Fairview Fallon, see how much that's going to cost, and then see where we have, if there's any Measure G funds left over.
Okay. And with the Fairview Fallon, I know there was a discussion before if whether or not you're going to move it or not, and I guess you decided to, in fact, move it a little bit. Is there a reason that versus, I don't know if it's cheaper the other way or not?
Yeah, so, and what we've done is kind of a hybrid. There's thoughts to keep it exactly where it is, or to move it quite a bit further and kind of use our existing, we have an existing road that makes a reverse curve on the east side. So long story short, it's not shifting as far as it was going to. It's shifting, like I said, maybe 80-ish feet to the north, and it will require right-of-way, but it'll make the angle almost to 90 when you're there, and it'll provide a lot better sight distance without keeping it in the exact same spot with the house there and some issues. So we're shifting a little bit, not as much as we were going to, and we can't quite keep it in the same spot. So it's a little bit of a hybrid decision.
All right. Well, thank you. Appreciate it.
You bet.
Supervisor Gonzalez.
I just had a quick question. Going back to the frontage road with the Union Road 156 realignment, is there anything that we can do? I know we've asked a lot of the community, the commuters, to be patient with us until that realignment is taken care of, but maybe to the degree of law enforcement, traffic enforcement at that intersection, maybe having an officer sitting there, and I know that's probably not the best use of time, but we just have so many accidents on the road because of people's hurry to get to and from, that a lot of things are happening unnecessarily. But maybe if we had a little bit of law enforcement out there in terms of enforcement for those that are cutting and creating unsafe conditions for everybody else.
Yeah, real good suggestion. I did reach out to CHP commander of the area. I don't know, it was probably a week or two ago when we first started discussing this. And like you said, I think he'll be able to put some staff there, but they typically get drawn to other
More important
situations. Yes. However, he did say that he was going to work with us and try to get some staff there. So I have to follow up with him and try to do that. So I think that's the best temporary solution at this point. So,
Well, it's an ask, yeah, but thank you.
you bet.
Supervisor Kuzmicki.
Yeah, thank you. So yeah, I'll just piggyback on that one first. So I know we've been trying to find solutions. There's no way to, so initially we talked about the actual intersection point and cutting that off. And then then you kind of went with this other option of cutting off the entrance point close to the junkyard, I'll just call it. And so there's no way of going back to the cutting off of the intersection point, the actual exit of the frontage road that they're using. If the issue is there's not enough room, they need that. There seems to be a wider turn ability at the entrance. We couldn't just cut off the exit and just kind of make them go back to the other way.
So I've had multiple conversations with the manager of the wrecking yard, auto yard, and basically their vehicles, the way they come in off of 156B, they kind of just do a quick back in and then they go straight out. He says they can't make the turn up near the treatment plant, and there's no way to make a U-turn if they were going to come off. Basically, we looked at either exit, but the trucks can't make those
They
turns.
can't make the U-turn at the entrance point,
Right,
is
at
what
either
you're
side,
saying.
unfortunately, yeah. We've talked multiple times, but yeah, so.
All right. I don't know. It seems a little. I'll just leave it at that. So back to the law enforcement thing. Can we ask the sheriff to just? I think it would be more convenient, easier for the sheriff to just, if the sheriff's, and I can certainly talk to the sheriff as well, but the CHP, it's just not realistic. They might come over once or twice, but they're not going to come way over here and sit their cars there on this side of their region. I just wonder if, since it's such a brief period of time, if we could ask the sheriff and do special requests to just, maybe it's 30 minutes a day or whatever, just to send that message. And they can obviously go off and respond if something happens, but I just don't see why we couldn't at least ask the sheriff to park somebody there to make that point.
Yeah, I'll absolutely reach out to Sheriff Taylor. It's CHB jurisdiction. However,
understand.
they overlap, just like you said, they overlap
Yeah.
jurisdiction. So yeah, I'll reach out to Sheriff Taylor and see if he can put some staff there. No
I appreciate it. And I know there's tight staffed and we're asking a lot, but it's just I was hearing about these delays that were pretty excessive. I know you went at 6 a.m, but maybe it's worse at 7 or 7:30.
Or earlier, perhaps, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
The other suggestion would be maybe we could put signs at the entrance point. I know that if we could throw them together or whatever, businesses and residents only, something along those lines, so that at least it sends the message that we're, that it's not allowed. I know we talked about these signs in Aromas, and we've heard that they actually do make an impact, the local traffic only sort of thing. But I would suggest like businesses and residents only, please abide, and, maybe something about, we will enforce the law or something. I don't know how much you can fit on a sign or two, but anything we can do there, I would appreciate it. And I know we're asking a lot of the sheriff as well, so appreciate anything we can do there. The Carr Avenue speed bumps, is there anything to be on the lookout for, since I tend to be the one that responds to those? I know we've had a bumpy road, no pun intended, maybe it was intended, on Carr, and just the blowback that we've gotten in this process that we've gone through. Is there anything that people are still going to be potentially not happy about that I should just be able to respond to, or anything kind of talking points I can have to respond to them?
Well, actually, we've installed 2/3, and so far we've actually received a lot of compliments. And actually, people are asking for more, and we have 4 more to install. So I'm not sure there's going to be too much blowback so far. In that regard.
All right. And if there is, I'll just contact you.
Okay.
And then Union Road, is there a potential to save some money if we partner along the lines of the San Juan Bautista wastewater line or water line?
There is. We've talked about, trenches and sections and pavement and things, but just preliminary. But yes, hopefully, if we partner with San Juan in the district and they have some funding available, then hopefully they'll contribute some funding to the overall project.
Because then hopefully that would maybe free up some money for some other, I know we've talked about some other areas of the county. I would hope that money stays within the road program that we've allocated it toward. And I know we're going to have probably some overruns on some other projects, I'm guessing, at some point. And then overall, are there any projects that have kind of fallen off the schedule at all in the last 2 weeks? I know it's only been a couple weeks, but anything that we should be aware of that
No, I
off
guess
schedule?
you could, we have a month that Sealy's going to start in October. We thought it was either late September or October, but it'll be October for Sealy. I don't know if that's a delay, but just more clarity. But no, that's about it. Everything else from 2 weeks ago is pretty much the
Okay,
same.
all right, thanks, Steve.
bet.
Appreciate it.
Okay, I just want to make sure that we're coordinating any lane closures at Union Bridge with any of the work that's going to be done on Union. Because with the detour and then adding any work on Union and adding Union Bridge with closures, it's just, it's a cluster. Also, I'm going to be talking with COG. We were told by Caltrans that they were going to be putting a cover over the stop sign at Union Road coming into town onto 4th Street, where they're stopping and not, there's really nothing to stop for. That was supposed to be to keep traffic flowing at that turn so that they just go through. So I will be following up with that, but if you want to follow up on your end, we can tag team on that.
Okay.
Those are my only 2 items, so thank you for the
Thank you.
update, Steve. Anything else? All good? Okay, thanks, Steve.
Thank you.
We're moving on to board announcements. Let's start at this end. Nope, nothing from Supervisor Gonzalez. Supervisor Kosmicki?
Yeah, just briefly, we had intergovernmental. We talked about homelessness, and we're going to get more information. I think maybe in October. It sounds like now for where we're at on the census and all that. But just urging the city basically to join the county and partner, and just hoping that the city of Hollister can that we can get on the same page and start to clean up encampments while obviously aggressively offering the services that these folks need. And then as well, we had fire protection, and Chair Crow could certainly respond to either of these as well, but fire protection, we've essentially agreed to move forward on the putting out the RFP for the feasibility study for looking at a fire protection district. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor, nope. Supervisor Zanger? Nope. Okay, I only have 2 things. One, I'd like to have a moment of silence at the end of today's meeting for CAL FIRE Chris Ward, who passed. I want to thank Supervisor Sotelo for helping CAL FIRE inform all of the downtown residents about the delays in traffic, because there was a lot of CAL FIRE from across the state here. I actually stopped by the church on Friday and spoke with some of them. I got to tell you, that is one united family. When they have a fallen, they band together. It was quite moving. The other thing is I attended the Native American event that was out at Bellato Park. It was really moving. It was hot, but even with the heat, we didn't melt. But Mayor Casey was there. We had representatives from John Laird's office, Robert Rivas's office, and also Zoe Lofgren was there. And it was very moving. It was very educational. This is the 2nd annual event. I like the event much better out at Bellato Park as opposed to the high school. So I'm hoping that this is something that we can really start having the community support. It was a really great turnout and very positive, and the music was amazing. It was very, very entertaining. The other thing is I attended the suicide prevention it was the Central Coast Unites. This is Monterey, Santa Cruz, and San Benito. We have to stop the stigma of talking about potential suicide risks, especially in our youth. Having the conversation is tough, but it's worse if we lose them. So the meeting itself and the luncheon was extremely emotional. I don't think there was a dry eye in the entire place. I want to thank staff. Rosemary, our PIO, did a phenomenal job with the panel, and it was so moving. And we also got some great photos of county employees, and I was really appreciative of all the county employees that were supporting the behavioral health department and all their staff. They've done a remarkable job, and I see a movement happening that is only going to help not only all of our residents, but especially our youth. So that was pretty much it. If I start to close the meeting, please, I have it written at the end to do the moment of silence. I'm really bad at the end of the meeting. Interrupt me if I do. Nobody wants to add? Okay, so with that, we're going to move on to public comments for items that are not on the agenda.
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, please press *9 or the raised hand icon. And in chambers, I do have Rob Bernowski.
Good morning. I so badly just want to say single lane Rob and work on that issue that I'm working on. But I'm responding to a social media post that I saw over the weekend coming from the county as an official body, and that had to do with, I guess, climate change. And which is very important. I don't want to take away from it, but I'm just going to read what I wrote because I want to make sure I stay under my time here. So I'm not telling you anything you don't know about the issues San Benito County is facing. What I'm here to do today is to encourage you not to lose focus on those issues and start getting into geopolitical politics, which you do not have the time with the resources and the ability to fix or argue. If the county finds itself with enough time to consider global climate change, to start aligning with geopolitical forces as indicated by the survey that you folks put out, and take away my gas stove, furnace, my hot water heater, I truly would be shocked and disappointed in this body to spend the resources. We are San Benito County Prop 13 revenue constrained, fighting to keep our hospital open, our roads passable, our incarcerated, and our people safe. When resources are constrained, common sense is to narrow your mission. Your mission is to be bettering the quality of life for our residents using the resources that people give you to manage things that you can reasonably control. If you want to be a climate change warrior to make a difference here in San Benito County, spend money on more law enforcement so that more parents feel safe letting their child walk to school instead of being driven. That will reduce traffic, decrease carbon emissions, and the kids will be healthier and more independent. I'm proud to stand with you always on your good governance of the resources we have given you to support our community. I walk away when you are using resources for something so far down the line of things you can control. It's almost embarrassing that the county is spending resources on climate change. That's not a reflection on any of you personally, by the way. I personally believe that managing the world around climate change is important, but that is under the purview of other domains, most of all the individual who cares about it. But the particular circumstances of San Benito County must limit its participation as an entity. I also want to add, we elect you for your opinions, and another elected official of another body called out certain supervisors for expressing your opinion on something that was really important to the county. This has to do with the hospital, so suggesting that you could be sued for it. Your job is absolutely to express your opinion always. I never want you to feel in fear of that, whether people agree or disagree. We want to hear your opinions, and I'm proud, even though I might disagree, I'm proud of the body, the five of you, that you do express your opinions. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Do we have any additional public comment?
I don't have any further public. Oh.
Okay. Good morning, Madam Chair. Supervisors, the Sheriff's Department is short-staffed. They only have 2 deputies in the middle of the night. That goes, and I don't even know when the shift ends. They don't have the extra patrol officers to stand over at a frontage road because there is one private business individual that was already given a backdoor deal to lease the land right across there from there and saying, well, we don't want all these traffic. It's a public roadway, and it really bothers me that you can come up and you can say, well, only residents and only businesses. It's already a public roadway. And then to say, well, we're going to ask the sheriff to pull staff and have them out there doing traffic control because people are using the road. Well, that's what it's for. I've used it for years. You know, other people have used it for years. We have people now that are discovering it and they're using it. The city of Hollister already has a no camping ordinance. If maybe supervisors would stop criticizing the city, and you wouldn't have so much conflict and you could get along. Thank you very much, Supervisor Kosmicki, to the letter that you sent to San Juan Bautista. In it, there are 2 paragraphs that specifically support why we should all vote no for Measure A. We don't have the funds, and that's why we need to vote against that. And it is just running out of things here, not running out of things to say, but I'm running out of time. I would like for you, I've said it plenty of times, the county staff morale is low, and you need to stop using the staff as your private assistants. They're not your assistants. They're staff employees, and they're not there for your beck and call. And it is already, I'm putting it out in public right now, it is a hostile environment you are causing these employees. You need to start backing off on that, because you're going to lose staff based on the actions right now of what is happening from some of you on the board. Okay? I am not asked by anyone to come and speak here. I do this on my own. I hear the staff. I talk to staff. They talk to me. They listen to me. And I'm like, I'm not throwing anybody under the bridge. The only thing I'm saying is you got a problem with staff, and let's correct it.
Thank you for your comments. Any additional?
I have no further public comment on Jim.
Okay, we're going to move on
Madam
to...
Chair, am I allowed to clarify? I never sent a letter to San Juan about Measure A, so I just wanted to put that on the record.
Okay.
Thank you.
We're going to move on to consent. Any items from board members on consent that they would like to pull?
All right, we're going to go to the public first.
Public comment, yes, sorry. Thank you. Keep me in check. It's been 2 weeks.
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, please press *9 or the raised hand icon. In chambers, Tammy Avalos.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Board, and staff. My name is Tammy Aviles with the Friends of the San Benito County Free Library, and I'm speaking on item 1.14. And I guess I just wanted to share that, we want to be good stewards with our grant money and the county match, and looking at hard costs and soft costs, and looking at this request for additional money. I guess I would just want us to take a second look at that and see if there was a way to reduce costs, because we are scrutinizing costs from both sides, and appreciate your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
And in chambers, Elia Salinas.
(1.7, 1.8, and 1.14. And so it was my understanding, and it's come and gone, and I don't know how it happened, but the library was going to be used, the old courthouse was going to be 2 stories for the library. And I don't know how it happened or what happened, but now you're going to spend money on a architect to do designs that actually were not what started off to be. And somehow or other, you all weren't paying attention to what has happened. And now on another matter later on that I will speak on, you're redoing the whole thing of what it started out to be.
Can we pause for just one moment? I'm sorry to interrupt you. Is this 2.5 or?
No, I said 1.7,
Oh, 1.7. Okay, I
1.8,
just wanted to make sure.
and 1.14, and I said later on I will speak.
Gotcha.
Okay,
Thank you. Now we can start the clock again.
okay. Now I lost my train
I'm
of
so
thought. So
sorry.
let's go to 1.7. So there's a lot of on social media, there's a lot of people out there selling their goods. And I'm always the bad person. I'm the Debbie Downer. Do you have a permit? So, can we get staff to, are there permits on this? I don't remember if there's any permits, but you're supposed to at least notify the county that you're going to be doing a micro business out there. And I'm all for economic development, but how is the county is there any permits coming in, any monies on permits coming in, or people are just doing some sales and then there's no tax on it? So how does it benefit the economy for San Benito County? I think it's a great idea, but more people keep popping up and they're like, come to my house, I'm going to sell you cupcakes, I'm going to sell you cakes, I'm making tamales, I'm doing enchiladas, make you order and you come pick it up. And I don't know how that's being, there's oversight, how there is oversight on that itself. Let's see, 1.8, I know that this was on the agenda last meeting, and there was back and forth going on this. And I know that I remember that you all signed, you were going to sign a letter or of no conflict. And just to remind you, especially Supervisor Kosmicki, because you were saying that the city of Hollister and the city of San Juan Bautista, they're kind of teaming up and they're going to have more of a say-so if we go through this JPA. And now you have where as a group, you're going to hire a consultant, but please don't forget that there was also Epperson, it was Epperson, that was the city attorney, and it was Epperson, Prentice, and Long. And at times, David Prentice and others from that law firm represented the city of Hollister. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
I have no other public comment on consent.
Okay, bringing it back. Supervisor Kosmicki, we're talking about consent.
I'll pull 1.4, 1.7, and 1.14.
Supervisor Gonzalez?
None, thank you.
Supervisor Zanger? Supervisor Sotelo? Nope. Okay. So we have all but 1.4, 1.7, and 1.14 have been pulled. Can I get a motion to approve?
Move to approve all others.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? 5-0. Okay, thank you so much. Okay, we're going to move on to regular agenda. Our first item is 2.1, and I believe that this is going to be from administration. And this came from the Economic Development Advisory Committee.
So good afternoon. This presentation and recommendation to the board did come as a recommendation from the Economic Development Committee. We do have Liz here and Omar, who will be, who will be leading this presentation.
Thank you, Dulce.
Thank you.
And does the board mind if I ask that this screen get moved back a little? Because it has been moved since our last meeting, and it's very hard for us to see up here from the dais. Thank you, guys. Is that good for you guys? Yeah. Okay.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for the opportunity. We are here on behalf of the San Benito County's Workforce Board, and we are both board members on that board, as well as I do business services for our community here from San Benito County's workforce. I don't want to take up much of your time because I want you to watch the presentation. We have our folks from Metrics Learning online right now. Mike Fazio is the president. And just briefly, what we want this program.
Liz, because we have Zoom and I know I get complaints about people not hearing. Can you just speak a little closer into the mic?
Sorry about that, folks, on Zoom. So this is a program that is being utilized in over 100 workforce boards across the U.S. A lot of folks have the availability to have a portal on their workforce website where the county, the students, the people that are looking for work, just basically the whole community can benefit from the online training. And this is certification training. These are actual certifications that they're able to receive. And currently they have over 500,000 learners online that are using this. So we're a little bit, we're small, we're a little bit behind, but that's okay because we can catch up. So I just want to just go to the board and ask for the ability to have this for the next year. You have all the information. We need this. We're not able to service enough people in our tiny little workforce board. As you know, the Workforce Innovation Opportunity Act that we are all abiding by for workforce development, they fund counties according to the size of the county. And even though we are helping everyone we can with the funds that we do receive, the federal funds, it's still not enough. So I'm hoping that this is something that we'll be able to add.
Nothing to add,
Okay, so Mike Fazio and Carrie Toomey are online, and they're going to show you their presentation now so you can get a better idea.
Thank you, Liz.
Thank you, Liz. Good morning, everyone. Thanks so much for having us today. It is afternoon here on the East Coast where I live and work in Connecticut. And Carrie is also on the East Coast based in New York in the capital city of Albany. So thanks so much for having us. We are a national entity. We are serving workforce boards across the country as well as nonprofits and government agencies. We proudly do so to help people who are unemployed, underemployed, people who have barriers to employment, which could be folks who are veterans, people who are farm workers, or anybody that has an obstacle to success. We proudly deliver our coursework online with as much variety as anyone can hope for. So whether you're a small area, a medium-sized area, or a large area, the good news is the internet serves everyone, everywhere, whether it's your phone, tablet, a laptop, or PC, you have access to these courses online. And I think as you talk to employers, small and large across the country, they are in hopes of finding people with a varied, skilled background, and nothing says that more than demonstrating your ability to learn new skills that add to your resume and background and increase your chances for employability. If you can go to the next slide, please. So Carrie, you want to take this one?
Sure. Yeah. Hi. Thank you all for your time. I really appreciate it. I got to spend some time in California last week. Got to talk to Liz and Enrique in person. Just wanted to share some of the tracks we have. We have over 7,000 courses, which can be a little overwhelming, but we've identified different tracks that are really popular, really useful, and we can customize them based on local needs. So some of the things we talk through are some tracks for different audiences, maybe having a track that would be more applicable for someone that was unemployed or underemployed versus somebody that's in high school getting ready to enter the job market. We have tracks for in different languages too. So we have tracks in Spanish and English and in Mandarin Chinese. So we see those as really popular with farm workers in terms of some of those tracks in Spanish, as well as tracks for small businesses. We know, if you have 15 employees or less, you probably can't afford your own learning management system. And as part of this offering, small businesses would get access at no fee too. So these different tracks are really helpful. And like I said, they can be customized based on the audiences that would be using them. We have training too for industry recognized certifications. I know Liz mentioned that, but just knowing that, in the industries that value certifications, getting a certification takes a lot less time than a more formal program. So you could start that, get a certification, and then potentially go and stack another certification on top of that, or go into a trade school, a community college, an apprenticeship program, lots of different options. But these certifications are national certifications, and this is the training to help you successfully pass those exams. So in industries that value certifications, a certification can mean an 18% increase in salary just by getting certified. So that's something we really believe in, and it works so well in rural communities where somebody might not be able to go to an in-person boot camp or community college session to prep for these certifications. These are all available online 24/7 wherever you have access to the internet. So on your tablet, your phone, your laptop, computer, etc. So this is the top certifications, and we get new certifications added all the time. And it's not just IT certifications, although those are typically our most popular. Some that are more applicable to like an entrepreneur or a small business person might be a digital marketing associate, somebody that wants to market their products or services using search engine optimization and social media, and just talking about how to use some of those tools and actually get a certification to prep for that. And then just one other quick thing is we do have game-based learning included too. So this is an application on your phone, or you can use your web browser if you don't have a smartphone. But you can play quick 3 to 5 minute games to learn new skills. These are different topics that we add all the time. So digital literacy is a big one, as well as financial literacy. Those are also very popular with high school students. I know you have 2 high schools in the area that could probably benefit from this. Thinking about things like, what comes out of your paycheck when you have deductions taken out? Why should you care about your credit score even when you're just entering the job market? What are some information about loans? Things like, payday loans or student loans or car loans. What are the things you need to know to be prepared to really save and budget your money appropriately? So lots of different games. The games are all available in English and Spanish as well, but this is a chance for us to add even more content and make it really relevant. And we can put together digital badge programs that combine courses and games to make it something that's just specific to San Benito County, the skills that you need. And it's a really easy way to upskill a lot of people with lower touch, lower involvement from an already limited staff. So we love building out these digital badge programs, and we support that. And then we can kick off these programs if you have cohorts, and make sure that they're successful in your area. Mike, is there anything else you wanted to talk to about metrics in general, about our solutions and our clients?
I think one of the other speakers, commenters, had mentioned something about employee morale. And this is an excellent platform to allow your employees to access the portal as well. Increased learning, advancement opportunities are all things that people ask for today at work, not just money, but they are demanding recognition and a place where they can continue to advance their skill sets so they become more valuable and ultimately have better results. So I think it'd be a good time to answer some questions if people have them. I know we're on a limited time schedule here. So Liz has been let's give some kudos to Liz for passionately pursuing this opportunity for her community. It is really great whenever we meet with people who really, really, really are intent on helping and are intent on overcoming every obstacle in their path. And Liz has had a lot of obstacles. So for us, we would proudly want to partner with San Benito and help the entire community, given the chance to do so. And everything's outlined. Liz has all the financials for you as well.
Thank you, Mike and Carrie. We really appreciate the presentation. I know Liz has been working on this for 2 years. We're gonna open this up to public comment, and then we'll bring it back to the board for some questions. So hang with us for just a moment.
Sure, no worries.
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, please press *9 or the raised hand icon. And I have no public comment.
Okay, with no public comment, I'm going to start with Supervisor Sotelo because she is the chair of the Economic Development Advisory Committee, and this presentation was provided to us, and we were really excited about it. So I'm going to let Supervisor Sotelo start.
Well, thank you. Yeah, so this is coming from the Economic Advisory Committee. The committee has decided that we really would like to ask the board for consideration of this item. The cost is $6,500. For this year's budget year, there was $100,000 left over in the economic development kind of pool. In years past, that money was given to the Economic Development Corporation. This year, it is not. We're doing things a little bit differently. So this is the first item that's come before our committee, and we felt it was a really worthy and could really benefit our community. Our community. We thought everything from obviously the workforce board, but a lot of the small businesses that we have in our community. We thought the high school. We just felt that there was so many places that this could be used, and for $6,500, we just thought it was just so important for us to bring it to the board and hopefully pass this. Liz, Omar, thank you so much for bringing it to our attention and for coordinating all of the presentations and everything. I think this is a really exciting, positive thing we can do for our employees, for our community. And so I am strongly in support and hope that other board members will be as well. So thank you.
Supervisor Gonzalez.
I just had one question. Are we limited to the amount of users or licenses that we can utilize? Because I had a chance to look at their website, and I know for other individuals taking on a subscription, there is a limit to like 100 licenses. Do we have the limitation as a county?
Can you talk into the mic? Sorry. Mike, can you answer that question?
Sure. In this proposal, there is no limit. We have advised Liz our pricing is changing on October 1st, and our minimums are changing on October 1st. But we are honoring this proposal, which was delivered in 2023.
Well, it sounds like a win-win to me, so I'm supportive of it. Yes, thank you.
Supervisor.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. So, if we're going to spend the money, I think we'll do it for a year, see how it goes. First of all, and then. Otherwise, with the investment, I would just suggest that the county do some good outreach on it as far as social media, website, to get the most out of this as we can. Also, I would other jurisdictions, message it out to other jurisdictions, including the schools, I would say as well. And then, of course, our employees, and just make sure that we're, sending out one of those 600 employee blasts to the employees to let them know about the opportunity and encourage them to do it. Thanks.
Thank you, Supervisor Zanger.
Yeah, thank you. Just question. So is this taking the place of anything now, or is this just a whole new, a new thing? So
It's something new we haven't offered before.
okay, what are we offering now as far as, I guess, workforce development?
So what we have currently, there's funding for different programs, but as I mentioned before, because of the budgetary restrictions and what we receive, we can only service so many people. So there's a lot of waiting lists. So we do have people can come in and job search on our computers, and we try to help them. We do resume training, there's different things, but unless you're actually in a program that's being case managed, we don't have anything like this.
Okay, and you said there's waiting lists usually for
people that need help, yes. So
okay.
That's a heartbreaker. That's what's prompted me to come forward. I do business services, and I'm looking at it from the business end perspective too. They need upskilled employees, and what do we all want in economic development? We want to keep our people here, work here, live here, thrive here, right? So this to me would be an excellent tool that we can utilize.
Okay, great. And then I guess is it Mike online? Is that yeah? Mike mentioned the price. So if we go for this price, this is for 1 year. What's the price jump in the future years?
The minimum price going forward is going to be $10,000. So it's not percentage-wise, it's a big jump, but fiscally, we don't feel it's a big jump, especially considering you help one or two people, which we believe you're going to help a lot more than that, and you consider what that does to impact the family with more stabilized employment, paying local taxes, giving back and spending money in the local community. I think if we have people probably way smarter than me do the math on this, it's a pretty worthwhile investment.
Thank you.
Mike and Carrie and Liz and Omar, thank you so much for bringing this forward. I think this is a really good way of seeing if a program like this could really work for our, not just our county employees, but our workforce. So I am totally supportive with Supervisor Kosmicki on the advertisement side and really measuring. So if we could make sure that with the advertisement that we're doing, that we measure how many people are kind of follow them, get some stats off of them, because those stats will come back and in a year you can kind of sell us on how wonderful this was and what it did not only for our county employees. Because what I've discovered in the younger workforce, and nothing against the younger workforce, they're extremely talented when it comes to technology. They're not extremely talented when it comes to software. It's amazing that they can be so technology savvy and so lacking in software education. It's like everybody thought they'd just pick it up as they go. And unfortunately, it's a need that could really help service our skills for our residents and raise some hopeful wages and income for individuals. So thank you so much for bringing it. Mike, Carrie, thank you so much for being here today.
Thanks for having us. Thank you.
Okay, with that, is there a motion?
I'd like to make a motion to approve as recommended.
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Nope. Okay, 5-0. Thanks so much, you guys. Have a great day.
Excellent. Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to move on to, and I just want to highlight for Liz, this was a 2-year project for her to get this across the finish line. So Liz, thank you for your perseverance and not giving up. We're going to move on to 2.2. 2.2 is receiving a presentation on the Central Coast Energy 3CE and available programs for transportation and electrification, building electrification, ag electrification, and all the electrification out there. Sounds like we need a lot of power in this community for this presentation, but welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair, Supervisors, and staff. I'm Catherine Stedman with Central Coast Community Energy, and it is really a pleasure to be here this morning and to have the opportunity to provide an update on Central Coast Community Energy. So quickly, I'll go over who 3CE is because not everybody knows. We're a new government agency. We were formed about 6 years ago when all these cities and counties came together and said, what if we purchased the electricity to serve our region? Could we do it better? As a local public agency, could we be competitive in price, make greater progress on renewables, and provide investment back into our communities? I'm here today to show you how we're doing and what benefits are being offered right here in San Benito County. As our agency has grown, our investment in communities has increased. Our budget for community energy programs in fiscal year 2023-24 is over $16.8 million, which are dollars that are available to the county and your constituents to help reduce emissions by electrifying vehicles and buildings. To date, on behalf of all the cities and counties we serve, we've invested $4.5 billion in new renewable energy and energy storage projects, which are making the grid cleaner and helping the environment by reducing fossil fuel emissions. Some of our projects include new technologies that are pushing the envelope toward 100% clean and renewable power, like a compressed air energy storage project, which will be the largest in the world of its kind, and a geothermal project in Mammoth Lakes, the first new geothermal project to serve the state in 30 years. We have power purchase agreements in negotiation or in place to cover 80% of our annual load with renewable energy. The challenge is bringing these projects online in a timely manner due to the current backlog in California around permitting and grid connection and delays in transmission upgrades. And yet, so much progress is being made. If you hadn't heard, the amount of renewable energy on the grid exceeded customer demand in California this year. In fact, there are now times of the day when the state is running on 100% renewable, carbon-free electricity. This is a huge accomplishment, and agencies like 3CE are very much a part of the reason why. Not only are the renewable projects we've contracted with contributing to the solution, they are also achieving cost savings for our customers. And because of a decision by our policy board last year, they are being evaluated based on their commitment to local community engagement, environmental protection, and workforce support. Through our new construction electrification program, we're helping affordable housing to be developed using all electric technologies, which make our indoor air healthier to breathe. This slide shows the Tapasa Gardens project in Watsonville, but we also partnered through this program with the Riverview Estates in Hollister. In all this year, we funded the electrification of 249 new living units throughout our service territory, with completion dates ranging from this year to 2027. Another place we're investing is in agriculture. We provide funding assistance for all electric farm equipment to replace diesel-powered pumps, tractors, and more. A standout project this year was with Yamanishi Farms in San Juan Bautista, where we helped fund the installation of an electric booster pump, a variable frequency controller, and a new electric panel to handle these upgrades. Replacing diesel-powered pumps are some of our biggest impact projects when it comes to reducing emissions and improving lives for those who are being exposed to diesel exhaust. In addition to providing clean power, I also talked about providing direct investment. Here is a summary of the residential, commercial, and agricultural rebates available to our customers, including Electrify Your Ride, which provides rebates for new and used EVs, chargers, and panel upgrades. I also have a brand new incentive to tell you about today, our residential battery rebate program, which launched in July, and when stacked with other incentives, covers 60 to 100% of the purchase and installation cost for a home battery, depending on customer income level. Altogether, in San Benito County, we have invested nearly $675,000 to benefit your residents, businesses, and the county itself. I want to emphasize the energy programs that are available to the county. As you know, California has strict mandates for the electrification of fleets. This is a major undertaking for local governments, and we're here to help. We have funding to help you plan how you are going to make this transition, how many EVs you'll need to purchase, and when your vehicles will charge and where they will charge. And after your plan is complete, we have funding to help pay for the vehicles and the charging infrastructure you'll need. We also offer funding to help adopt REACH codes, which go beyond state requirements to drive lower emissions in buildings. The county was awarded funding this year from our agency for a battery electric vehicle, and we look forward to collaborating on more projects together in the future. So as I mentioned, in addition to fleet electrification, we offer technical assistance to your staff for the adoption of building codes that go beyond the state requirements in terms of reducing emissions from gas appliances and installing EV charging infrastructure. We host quarterly meetings for the staff of all the cities and counties we serve to learn about the opportunities, and I and our entire team are always available if you have questions or would like to discuss additional ways in which 3CE can help the county meet its emission reduction goals. So finally, I must close by thanking Supervisor Kosmicki for his service to our Policy Board of Directors, where he has served as a strong and consistent voice for San Benito and for all of your constituents. Thank you again for your time this morning, and I am happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Catherine. We're going to open it up to public comment before we go to questions.
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please put a speaker card, and on Zoom, please press *9 or the raised hand icon. Go right ahead.
Really, those of you who know my wife should ask if I have permission to be here, because she'd definitely say no. Again, this goes to my earlier comments, but the one thing, if we're going to show data, what I would suggest you guys do, just to get a realistic picture, because I'll talk about how much money we're saving and things like that, is ask for a study to be done by this group to show PG&E bills over the past 5 years for each of your homes or the average resident of San Benito County. Because all of this comes at a huge cost. And what I read on social media and experience in the Bernowski family is our electricity bills have done nothing but go up. And these are facts that you can't dispute. And if you want me to do the study for you, I will. And I'm not saying that any of this is bad, except you have to look at the residents and how it feels. And again, I just want to point out, I have 3 kids, college educated, all have good jobs. They can't afford homes, but let's put that aside. But if you look at how they live, let's take my son Grant, I think Supervisor Sotelo knows. He lives in a 100-year-old house renting in San Luis Obispo. How would he charge his car? There's no garage, there's anything. Is he gonna run an extension cord out to the street and hope nobody trips over it? My daughter McKenna, school teacher, San Francisco Unified, she lives in the Haight. No garage. What is she going to do? How is she going to charge her car? Oh, the teachers have plenty of time during the day to go get their car charged. No, they don't. And neither does my son. My daughter Hannah and my grandchildren, my son-in-law, they are all renters. Now, they do have a garage, but who's going to pay for that? This stuff is the realistic or the reality of how people actually live. And all of this stuff sounds really good, and I don't mind you pursuing it, I guess, as long as you don't take away my gas stove, because that's my favorite thing to cook on. But again, it's where is your attention put, and all of this feel-good stuff that doesn't have any data. So the graph I'm suggesting you look at 2 different ways. Actual cost on one axis and electrification on the other. And what you're going to find is the costs have gone up. This is the real PG&E bills that we experience. And the other thing is money diverted. So as a government institution, so again, one graph, money diverted for these efforts versus the electrification. And you're going to say, it's all really, really expensive. And it's good when it's government money, but when it gets down to the consumer, it's a completely different story. So I just ask for your attention to be devoted to not the people, the elite or whatever, the upper middle class and the Tesla drivers. It's the people that are barely making their ends meet, and there's tons of them here in San Benito County. Always keep those people in mind. And if you ever need examples of that, I will drive around because I've done that. It's not an elite Tesla society. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
I have no further public comment.
Okay, bringing it back to the board. Supervisor Kosmicki, would you like to go
Yeah,
first?
I'd be glad to. Yeah, thank you, Catherine, for being here. I think, first off, I think, Rob Bernowski has valid points. I think we all know that there are significant challenges when it comes to these issues that we're dealing with electrification. But I will say that, 3CE is one of those organizations that's a leader when it comes to taking these challenges on. So I think there's an acknowledgement that that these are very, very big challenges. But I also will say that 3CE, first off, most people, as I think Catherine alluded to, she says it every year, but I don't know how we get the word out. Most people have no clue what 3CE is. I don't know what the percentage is. It's probably like 98, 99. They don't realize that, the vast majority of people don't realize that they're actually part of 3CE, and you have to opt out of 3CE in order to go back to PG&E. On that note, I will say that yes, so 3CE is focused on renewables, and there's a goal of 100% renewables by the early 2030s. It's a very ambitious goal, but it's also a goal where 3CE has shown very significant progress toward that goal. And I think if we don't make it by the early 2030s, it'll be shortly thereafter, and that's, I think, certainly a positive. But look, I think everybody can relate, no matter what side of the aisle you're on with politics. Everybody can relate to their bills, and utility bills have been going up at an astronomical rate. But you cannot blame 3CE for that. That is a PG&E issue. And if you don't want to be part of 3CE, you have that right, but you will be paying significantly higher utility bills than you're currently paying if you're part of 3CE now. And as far as the programs go, I think, again, it's a challenge to get these programs rolled out. And I think there's been progress, but there's an acknowledgement that we need, as an organization, are going to do better. We need to do better to make a real impact on these communities. But they really are, and I just talked to, again, the CEO, Rob Shaw, who also does a great job. They're a very, very minute fraction of the cost of 3CE, these programs that are part of the organization. And I think everybody on that board, and I know I am, very wary of consumers first. And the costs are, front of the mind for me when I make any decisions as part of this board. I'm only one of 19 members on the board, so I don't really have overly influential voice, but I try, and but I think the board understands that, and so I just want to make just sort of reemphasize what Catherine's been stating about the organization as a whole. It is a positive for our community, and you are actually paying less on your utility bills, as much as we all, ours is over $300 a month. I don't know what everyone else is at. It's been over $400 a month. We try our hardest to keep those bills down. I also live in one of those homes that's over 100 years old, so it's not an easy task to keep those bills down. It's tough, but anyway, that's all. I just want to reemphasize this is a good thing. And I also do want to say I keep the same theme, you'll see, but outreach-wise, I think it would be great if we, as a county, do more promotion of 3CE programs, maybe have a place on our website so people are aware of the programs, maybe have some direct outreach with organizations like the Farm Bureau to make sure that they're aware of the programs, the ag electrification program in particular, things like that, in the schools in different areas where our community can benefit. But thank you, Catherine, for being here.
Okay, Supervisor Gonzalez? Nope. Supervisor Zanger? No. Catherine, thank you so much for being here today. I appreciate everything that you do. I know if it wasn't for my husband being so involved in all of this due to his construction, he educates me daily. So I learn all of my things from him, but it's all from 3CE and the programs that they have. So I agree with outreach and education, especially to our businesses, because that's where the real impact is, not as much as residents. So Catherine, thank you so much for being here, and we appreciate all your work.
Thank you. And
there's no action on this item unless there's direction from the board. Okay, so we're going to move on to item 2.3. This is also from administration. This is a resolution for the Employee Service Award Program, and I believe there's a handout that was given to all board members, and it's been added to the back for the public.
Correct.
Okay, great. So welcome, Dulce.
Hi, welcome. So I am just bringing up the resolution, but kind of as a reminder that the board did implement a strategic plan and set goals of things they wanted to accomplish, with operational development and excellence being one of the 5 focus areas. And through the goals, actually a specific goal was to create a recognition program. So before you were bringing a proposed program, and we through discussing with department heads, we actually learned we had a program very similar to this about 18 years ago, and it was discontinued due to the economy that the county was faced under. So it's been a while since the county has had an active employee recognition program. But here for your consideration, I'm gonna, so what's before you is one slight change that from what was posted, and it's red line, but I'm gonna read the purpose and then kind of briefly frame out the parameters of the program. So this program aims to recognize and celebrate the dedication of loyal employees who have reached key milestones and anniversaries. The program expresses the county's appreciation for longstanding employees and recognizes their continued dedication of service through service award. The program provides a tool for county management to recognize ongoing employee dedication and really reinforces and promotes retention and honors the hard work and commitment of our employees during their tenure with the county. So with that we have the purpose listed on the policy, who's eligible. It would be for full-time employees. I want to review kind of the milestones we framed out. So if you're reaching your 5-year milestone, you would get a certificate of appreciation and a pin, and that goes for all the years going down, where key milestones are in 5-year increments, so 5, 10, 15, and so on. When you reach tenure, you would get the service award, the pin, and a monetary award. And it increases by $50 per year of service in our proposed policy. So kind of briefly, one of the corrections or something we did add is red line in yellow. Really, our cutoff date would be December 31st of each year, and the employee would have to be with the county through December 31st. So we just wanted to make that explicitly clear. So that's added there for the board's consideration. And it's pretty straightforward. We did address it with the department heads. Our initial recommendation was just to highlight the milestone years. However, the department heads have a desire, because this is year 1, and they didn't think it was fair if somebody had just reached 11 years, they would completely miss out. So the departments throughout their budget are gonna accommodate the ones in between for year 1 as starting. So essentially, let me go back to the milestone and kind of explain. Anybody reaching over the 10 years would also qualify for the monetary reward. So let's say they reach 11, 12, 13, or 14 years, they would qualify for the $100. And next year they would qualify for the $150. So really giving it more of a fairness, and just because this is year 1 that we're implementing, they shouldn't lose out versus somebody who's only reaching 10 years and somebody who has been here maybe 13 years, they wouldn't get anything. So that came directly from our department head. Henny, is there anything you want to add?
I would just to how clarify that is, basically we didn't want anybody to miss their last milestone. So they'll go back to, like, if they hit 11 years this year, we're going to give them the 10-year as well. So that'll come out of the department budgets on this. So this has already been framed out with HR's budget for starting the milestones going 10-year up now, but the department heads were very concerned that other employees would miss out, and it could be 4 years before they get the next milestone. So we're going to honor their last milestone and then going forward on that.
So thank you.
Okay, let's open it up to public comment.
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, please press *9 or the raised hand icon. And in chambers, I have Christine and Denise. They're going to come up together.
All right. Good morning, Board of Supervisors and Madam Chair. Oh.
That was a false alarm.
Okay.
Let's reset
wow,
there.
That was quick.
There you go.
My name is Christina Cardenas. I'm SEIU 521's local acting chapter president.
And my name is Denise Quintana. I'm the Chief Union Steward and local COPE chair. We are here today on behalf of all the dedicated county employees here at San Benito County. and would like to speak in great support of the County of San Benito Years of Service Award program policy being proposed today. Our members work tirelessly providing specialized services to the people of San Benito County and take tremendous amount of pride in the work they do. We think it would be honorable for them to be recognized in a public forum, highlighting their dedication and years of service to the community in front of the people they serve.
In addition, we feel the program can increase the overall morale of our workplace culture by enabling our members to witness their colleagues being publicly acknowledged and appreciated. We encourage the board to approve the County of San Benito Years of Service Award Program policy, and we look forward to celebrating each member's milestones years of service. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you. Good morning, Madam Chair. I think I've been advocating for this for quite some time, and it's great to see it come to fruition. I believe that the new employees that are here look up to those that have been able to stay here and be able to end their careers here. So I think that acknowledging this, their efforts to be here is not just, as she mentioned earlier, the steward, I believe, that it's a morale booster. It is more of a guide to see that someone is been here for so long that they can actually look up to them and respect the fact that they have been here for so long, because I think this is more what I was looking at. I wasn't looking at as, oh, congratulations. It's showing respect that an individual has been a county employee for such a long period of time. There have been, throughout the years, many employees that have come through here, and some of them come back and they look at it and say, yeah, I had a great, my career with San Benito County was great. And this is what this now is saying is my career with San Benito County for 20 years, 10 years, whatever it may be, 30 years, is that, and they actually appreciated that I served as a public servant for that amount of time. And I think that that's a great for not just morale, because you really need the morale right now. I'm telling you, and this one thing and this lunch you're going to have, it's going to take a little bit more than that, and it's going to be an effort on all of your parts as you sit up there. But this is a start for congratulating them and showing the respect. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Are there any others?
I have no further public comment.
Okay, bringing it back to the board. Any comments from the board? Supervisor Sotelo, as you were chair last year and started this, and I'm sorry it's taken so long to get here, but please give us your comment.
I'm just so excited. Henny, thank you so much for your work on this. I know we wanted to do something last year and we tried, but I think there was more thought that needed to go into this. I'm really excited to see this. It looks like a really well thought out plan, and I'm so excited to see that we can start showing our appreciation to our employees. I do have a question on employee eligibility. So it's full-time employees. However, I see elected officials, and when I'm talking about elected officials, I'm going to remove the Board of Supervisors from this discussion. That's not what I'm talking about at all. But I do think that we have some amazing elected officials that have been with this county for a really long time, and hopefully moving forward, we have elected officials that'll be here for a really long time. I just want to make sure that we as a board give a little bit of thought to, should those people be getting the recognition for years of service? Because even though they are elected, there's a lot that they're doing for our county and for our community. And I just wonder if by eliminating the elected officials outside of the Board of Supervisors, is that the right thing to do? And maybe it is. I just want to bring it up and make sure that we've considered it and that we at least talk about it. So anyways, super excited. Thank you to our union members that are here offering your support for this item. And I really hope that all of these little things are things that are helping to improve the morale of our employees. So anyways, those are my comments. Thank you.
Supervisor Gonzalez?
Yes, and I'm glad to see that this has come to fruition as well. And I agree with you, Supervisor Sotelo, about the elected officials, because I'm thinking Francisco Diaz specifically. He's, been with the county for some time, and he has put in his time as an employee, but now he's an elected official, and so there's a status change, but his duration of work and commitment to the community hasn't deviated, hasn't changed. He's still there, so I like the idea of including them and excluding the Board of Supervisors. But thank you. I'm really happy. I would like to make sure that when we do that acknowledging of it, maybe we have the employee come and we acknowledge them here at the Board of Supervisors, because I've seen other counties do the same thing where the employees are acknowledged publicly, at our meeting, rather than doing some sort of special celebration elsewhere where it may not be publicized of some sort. But I would like to see it as part of the official Board of Supervisor protocol moving forward. Thank you.
As you're we maybe consider a special board meeting just to address that potentially.
Well, you have to catch up to everybody, but then as it goes on a regular basis, acknowledge them on a regular basis.
Supervisor Kosmicki?
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I've been supportive of, doing more to recognize employees as well since I've joined the board. I think this is a start. The luncheon is positive. I'm just also wondering if there are other ways we can maybe get more creative, if there are other templates. I know it's a little more complicated with government and unions and things like that. Have to like sort of okay out some of this stuff. But I think we could potentially look at the private sector as well and what they do, and maybe there are things that are more on the fun side, people that go out of their way for certain things, maybe people that volunteer in the community, just things like that maybe there's just putting that out there if there's other ways that are not quite as objective as just years of service. But years of service, of course, we appreciate people being here for these years. I do have a question because it's not included. What is the cost estimate for the dollar amounts, which are relatively small on an individual basis? And I understand, so
it'll depend year after year, because I can give an estimate right now. I think it was around, if I just do the years of service 5 through 40, let's say, it's about 4,000 right now. But next year could be different because we could have different numbers and different groups that could cost a little bit more.
Okay.
Does that make sense? Because it's one of those things where I estimate I'll be able to budget it because I can look at
there are
years of
fluctuations,
service.
obviously,
Yeah.
but I guess maybe it's a relatively smaller dollar amount. I just think it's only fair to, to have something that mentions the actual cost of it.
Yeah.
And for the employees that in between that the department heads would cover, it's approximately 15,000 for that piece. So it'd be total 15,000 for year one. But
I thought you said 4,000.
I think it's that would come out of HR's budget right now. That's what I had budgeted for. But we are
that's for the only milestone years. So 5, 10, 15, 20. But as proposed for year one to do the ones in between, it would cost a little bit more.
So how many in-betweens are we doing? Like, it's not just year one or the year 6 and 11 or 11 and 16?
It would be anybody over 10 years that would get some monetary reward this first initial year.
Okay. I mean, I don't necessarily see that, but that's fine. Did we budget for that? Or where's the money coming from?
The milestones coming out of HR's budget, but the department heads have collected.
They're going to find the money.
They're going to find the money for the
Okay.
in-betweens, yes.
Okay, so all the in-betweens, because when she initially said that, I thought I was hearing the year, 11, year 16.
Right, so all the in-betweens, correct. So after 15, it would be 16 through 19. Then following year 20, it'd be 21 through, and so forth.
Okay, I just think we need the budget numbers, and I would prefer to have those included in the staff report so that it's available. But I understand. I'm not trying to be the negative guy here, because I do support having a program in place. I also don't know whether the employees would potentially see, I'm just being upfront here. I don't know if they'll see $100 and say, well, these guys are a bunch of cheapskates, you know, $100, what's that going to get me these days? Because you take out taxes and that's actually like $65 or something. So I think overall, just having the recognition is the main thing. And I would also say if we're going to do these presentations, I would suggest either doing a special meeting, whether it's quarterly or semi-annually or whatever it is, or else starting the meeting early, because I also don't want it to, you know, we have business to take care of, and I don't know how long the presentations are going to take. I imagine 30 minutes to an hour, something along those lines.
Depending on how many.
And we can always break it up into 2 different board meetings where we do like a first group, and then the second board meeting, it would be the second half of the group. There's ways we can probably divide it up so we don't have long board meetings.
Okay. I will also just point out again, also that, you know, the employees do have, because this is relatively small compared to, I think when you hit your 10-year and your 15-year and your 20-year, you get a actual pay raise. So I think it's notable to make note of that as well, that the county does value employees that are here, and we value the longevity of employees. And compared with the actual pay raise, I think this is relatively small. And I would be interested to hear from the employees what they think of you receiving. I imagine I would like it. I was, hey, give me, yeah, sure, I'll take $65 or whatever it is, not as a supervisor, but I'd be interested in hearing from employees whether it's a positive or a negative that we're giving them a few bucks. Thank you.
Supervisor Zanger?
Yeah, so just to clarify, this right now doesn't include elected, right? It's
Correct, as it stands.
But we're
So that would be
suggesting
an
maybe
amendment.
including elected. What's the thought process of doing some elected and not all elected?
I don't want to vote myself having any sort of appreciation. The voters are my appreciation. That's my thought. That's more than enough time after my time serving as a county employee.
All right, yeah, I don't care about their recognition either. I was just curious of why we were keeping some elected excluded and then not all of them. It just didn't make a lot of sense. But that's fine. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter to me. All right, that's all. I was just curious about that.
Supervisor Sotelo, you want to?
Sure. So my thought process behind that was really that so many of our electeds today were county employees before they became county elected. So they put in a lot of time with the county prior to being elected in their position. For us, it's a little bit different. Most of us didn't spend a lot of time with the county prior. Most of us have come on and are serving in this role. And so I just thought it was fair that we remove ourselves as the elected, so excluding the Board of Supervisors, but then our elected employees are full-time employees. So I think they should be included in this with the exclusion of the Board of Supervisors.
Got it.
And I would say that, I hear what Supervisor Kosmicki is saying about the dollar amount, but I feel like at least it's a little something, right? And 10 years and $100, I get it. My concern, though, is that we don't have a lot of money, and what's going to happen is it's going to go to nothing. You know what I mean? So I feel like this at least is a little bit of a token. It's a lot more than what we were doing. This is the beginning, right? This doesn't have to be the beginning and the end. This can be the beginning, and we can continue to develop this. But having a program like this, policy in place, I think is incredibly important. I think it shows our appreciation for our employees. I would even suggest that, I don't want to lose the spotlight of our employees when we say, well, let's start early so that we can honor our employees because we have a lot of business to get to. Our employees are the backbone of this county and the way that we operate. So I think it's incredibly important that we honor them, that we give them the appropriate time. And so I get maybe the first year we need to do kind of a special meeting because there's going to be so many. So I get there being a one-time exception, but moving forward, I think it should be part of, something that we come up with. I don't know if it's by month, and you've got 4 or 5 this month, and, it'd be the first meeting of the month. The first thing we start off with is our recognitions and presentations. Our employees are just as important as any other community organization or individuals that we are honoring. And so I want to make sure that we spotlight them, that we don't shadow it by starting early or doing a special meeting or anything like that. And so I'm good with it being quarterly, with it being monthly, with it being once a year, but I don't want to get in the habit of us doing a special meeting so that we can gloss over this. I want this to be a part of an everyday meeting so that the public is aware and they're seeing it. So thank you.
Any other comments? Okay.
I do have one just comment I want to make. In the background summary, it looks like 15 years was omitted, but it is in the policy, so I want to make sure that that's clear, that we are not excluding anybody that has 15-year milestone. And if the board is asking to update the policy to include electeds except with the exclusion of the Board of Supervisors, we can always make that change in the policy.
Okay, my comments with this is awkward. We just have to admit, by not having it for 18 years makes this really awkward. It's awkward for department heads, it's awkward for administration, it's awkward for me as a board member. It's awkward because we haven't been appreciating our employees to the level that we should. And so it's very, very important that we recognize that was a decision that was before we got on the board, and this board is trying to correct it, and it's going to feel awkward in this first round because it's like, wait a minute. Okay, how many years you got there, Tom? A lot. We got an elected assessor that has got a lot of years here, an elected auditor that has a lot of years here. We have a county employee that became our tax collector treasurer. You have to realize there were years of not being appreciated. Not pointing any fingers, Joe Paul, you gave me a really good goodbye party, so it was COVID time. I appreciate that. But understanding that, my 1 year, I didn't get anything. My 5 year, I didn't get anything. I got more work. That's what I got. Oh, here, take on more work. I'm looking at county employees, and you have to kind of just call it out for what it is. This is awkward, and we're trying to fix it. The goal is to appreciate the employees, and I am sorry that we have to go through this kind of backstep to correct what should have been happening for some time. And I will agree with Supervisor Sotelo that this needs to be something that is highlighted for the employees, maybe even kind of like a website wall of awards, with a photo. Because one of the most memorable times as a county employee for me was when I got Employee of the Year and my photo went up at the administration building. I was so shocked that they even knew who I was. And that kind of recognition makes you go, well, then I am really working for people that are paying attention to me. And it's not just every single day I'm coming in and no one realizes the work that I'm doing. So I think this is a program that can grow, but appreciating that people are willing to stay, because not to say it in a lot of the positions in this county, but in government as a whole, it's a sacrifice to be a civil servant. It's not always, people think it's just, gravy train and, you get all this money, and it isn't that. It's, there may be some positions that get that, but truly what it is it's the people that want to give back to their community and know that it gives them meaning, the meaning behind serving your residents. It moves me. My husband will tell you he doesn't feel that I've made enough money in my career since 1987 in government, but that's okay. He supports me because he knows it's what I need to make me feel like I'm contributing back to the community. So I want county employees to understand that this is going to feel a little weird, and I don't have a problem with recognizing the countywide elected officials. The one thing is it's not going to be compounded because there are a lot of elected officials that will be all the way past the 35-year mark. So we need to just make sure you guys realize you're only getting the one. if we do add that. We're not compounding anything. But I want to also apologize to all of the county employees that have not been recognized in the past. And I'm sorry that we did not highlight, but we were going through, unfortunately, some really bad times. We went through a period where we lost the majority of our staff in 2012. It was devastating. So the thought of even, we should have been saying thank you to those individuals that didn't quit at that time, because the demand that was put on employees was astronomical. And I thank anyone that has been here that long and willing to stay with the county during our growing pains, let's just say it. So with that, is there a motion?
So I move to approve as recommended, with the exception I'd like to include the elected employees outside of the Board of Supervisors.
I'll second that.
Can you also, friendly suggestion, if you could also incorporate the red line that's in front of you guys and
with the red line as noted from your handout.
Yes.
That's acceptable.
Is that acceptable? Yeah. Okay, I got the first and the second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay. So that is was that a 5-0? Because I'm sorry, Dom, I didn't hear you. Okay, sorry, Dom. Okay, and thank you, employees. We're going to get through this awkward period, but then it's going to turn into something fun, and we will be recognizing. And I pray for all future elected officials on the Board of Supervisors. Don't forget, the employees do make the difference. It's how we get the work done. So with that, we're going to move on to item 2.4, and we're just going to keep on talking about the staff. So we're going to do the appreciation luncheon, and I'm assuming, Dulce, you're presenting?
Yeah, me and Rosemary will co-present this one. So yes, a continuance of our employees and everything. I just want to highlight our employees are our greatest asset. We have public servants that are vital to providing essential services in this community. Each employee plays a critical, necessary function at the various levels of our organization, allowing us to better serve our community. Our public workforce keeps the county running smoothly, enforcing state and local laws, working behind the scenes on programs and activities that impact our local residents. So kind of emphasizing the why we do what our employee appreciation lunch. This is the third year we're doing this lunch kind of towards the end of the year. I just briefly want to cover in the introduction. We'll share some of our employee feedback. Rosemary has been amazing in trying to incorporate what our staff needs and feedback are to incorporate that into this proposal. And we'll discuss venue shifts, budget, and our recommendation. So really, some historical knowledge before, I think it was admin with the board and department heads used to host an annual barbecue, and they usually would do that in the summer. The last 3 years, we've been hosting this lunch towards the end of the year, and this will be year 3, and we're proposing to have it at the same location at the Veterans Memorial Park. Our initial one, we had a smaller budget to work with. Last year, the board approved $50,000, and of that, we actually only used $35,000 and got a lot done within that. So now I'm actually going to kick it off to Rosemary, who's going to discuss the survey and some of our employee feedback that we got.
Good morning, board and members of the public. My name is Rosemary Deere. I'm the Public Information Officer for San Benito County. And I really appreciate, first and foremost, your enthusiasm and your outspoken appreciation for these employees. I am a new employee here. I haven't been here for very long, but I can tell you that in my short amount of time here, that you have a lot of employees who are here not because of the money, as we all know, but because of the heart. Their heart is in the right place. They want to give back to not only this community, but a lot of times the community that they live in. That's the reason why they're here. And so this employee luncheon, this employee appreciation certificates moving forward is a step in the right direction. It's just the start of, I think, where we all would like to see the county go. And through that, we will boost up morale, we'll boost up productivity, and we'll kind of check a lot of those boxes off. So with that being said, we checked in with a lot of different employees leading up to this employee luncheon because it was really important to the team and I to make sure that the employees' voices were heard, that we got everybody who wanted to give their opinion a chance to have that essentially quantified here. So one of the things that we asked about was was there a different alternative to having a luncheon? And we asked them if they wanted to do a dinner, maybe something outside of business hours or something else completely. And as you can see here from my graph, about 74% said that they would prefer to have it still as a luncheon. So we will be moving forward, kind of planning with that. We also asked them, so in the past they did a 2-hour break for the luncheon itself, and that was 15 minutes travel time from their respective place of business to where the venue is or was last year, about an hour and a half to get in, get seated, get your food, go through all of the acknowledgements and the speeches, and then 15 minutes to get back to their desk, essentially. So we asked everybody, or the 200 that participated in the survey, if they felt like that 2-hour time frame was enough, and they felt like it was. So that was nice to hear, at least, it wasn't stressful for them in that situation. We just proposed a new idea this year if we should do a countywide shutdown and maybe have the opportunity to have everybody be able to come together and really network and kind of have that camaraderie all together and really provide an opportunity for all of the teams who might not see each other, throughout the year, who aren't public facing, to be able to connect, or whether or not we should keep it in 2 shifts and just keep the businesses flowing kind of as usual. And the vast majority said that they would like to actually try to do a countywide shutdown. Now, again, this was anonymous. It was from 200 different employees, and we didn't necessarily get into the weeds of the feasibility of that, but we did recently speak with all of the department heads at a recent department head meeting and kind of asked them about the logistics of whether or not for each department they could do it. And unfortunately, the vast majority said that logistically they cannot do a countywide shutdown. And we completely understand that there's too many divisions and departments within the county that are just vital resources for the community. And so we don't want to cut anybody off from anything that they need to get access to at that point in time. So we understand there might be a little bit of a disconnect between what's possible and what's desired, but we still wanted to collect that information. Next, we talked about whether or not the raffle prizes that we have done in the past were impactful, whether or not they liked them, or if it's something that we could do away with and maybe save some money. But the vast majority said that they really did like them, and we received a lot of suggestions as far as the types of raffles that we could get, local businesses that we could essentially reach out to for possible donations. So that was really nice to hear. At least the raffle was appreciated. In that, a lot of people said that we should make some of the prizes a little bit smaller so then we could spread out the gifts across the board a little bit better, and that's certainly something that we're taking under consideration. We are also talking about essentially purchasing a polo for all of the county employees. This would be great for branding. It's great for community outreach, but it can also serve as a token of appreciation for their work here. And with that, we are contemplating whether switching to the new modern logo, the ones that we adopted for the 150th, or keeping it as the classic logo. And we asked the employees which they preferred, and the vast majority, as you can see here, said that they preferred the new modern logo that was created for the 150th. We also did that same poll for social media to talk to the public and kind of see what they thought as far as the logo and branding for the county moving forward. And again, the 150th, the modern logo was a crowd favorite. So that was really fun to hear from the community as well as far as what they thought for those who participated. These are some of the other things that we heard from the county employees, and all of that information is actually attached to the agenda notes today. So if anybody wanted to go through those and read some of the feedback that we received from the employees and kind of the sentiments that's going on as far as how they feel like they could be acknowledged and appreciated, all of that information is attached to the agenda notes. So with that, I'll pass it back off to Dulce, who will talk about the shift options. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Rosemary. So like Rosemary mentioned, the shift and feasibility based on our input we got from department heads. Department heads generally didn't want to close operations to the public and wanted to keep essential services open. So most of our department heads opted in to have our 2 shifts so that they could stagger employees. But for your consideration, and we're asking for the board for direction on, is if we keep status quo, kind of do the 2 shifts that we've done the last 2 years, or if we should shut down for a 2-hour period countywide. There's a proposed resolution if the board so chooses to go that direction, but we are asking for direction there. Kind of going into budget, I wanted to highlight what our year 1 budget was, and last year the board approved up to $50,000. However, last year we only spent $35,000 altogether, and that included tickets for the county fair. We got family fun passes that included 2 adults, 2 children, and parking. It included a token of appreciation, which last year we did tumblers, and it included barbecue and desserts and various things. So we were able to do all of that last year within $35,000. So for this year's consideration, if the board so chooses to continue the family fun passes, this year's county fair will be October 4th, 5th, and 6th. It would also, the family fun pack includes 2 passes for adults, 2 to children, and parking. So this year's the package went up slightly, so it would be $5 more than what we paid last year. So for 600 employees, we're looking at a potential $15,000 for the family fun pass for each employee, which would leave us then with $35,000, which equals about $58 per employee, and this would cover lunch, which based on feedback, I think the desire was to go with Italian this year, which we haven't done in the last 3 years. So to cover lunch, the raffles, a token of appreciation, and then the $15,000 for the family fun passes would already be taken out. So that's all we have, and there's really a few items we're looking for direction on from the board. One is the 2-hour closure shift. The second one is if we do the token of appreciation, which logo to use, and then authority to spend up to the $50,000 for the event. It doesn't mean we're going to use all of it, but we can use up to. And then there is that attached resolution for the board's consideration if this board so choose. So with that, thank you for your time today.
Okay, let's open it up to public comment.
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, please press star 9 or the raised hand icon.
Absolutely, positively, unequivocally, please do this and anything more than you can do. There's no better way to build a workforce than to recognize them, that they're all part of a team. That's number one. Number two is something that I've noticed in the past year is the county, through the use of its public information officer and I guess an overt effort to be more visible, all of a sudden you feel, first of all, you know that there's a county that's here and all the employees, right? And unfortunately, a huge amount of the community, they don't understand exactly who's making this county work the best it can given the constrained resources. So I have to tell you, the county fair thing, I think is huge because it allows the family to come together. And I don't understand all the intricacies, but the whole countywide shutdown thing for 2 hours, you still have to have Sheriff's Department, I'm sure, some other functions. But if you have 98% of the employees that can participate in a 2-hour shutdown and they just get to breathe a little bit and not worry about anything and get to meet other people, fantastic. But overall, please don't even hesitate to do this. This is just management 101 and the meet and greet with the supervisors, the meet and greet with the administration. This is all great stuff. So, and please get the polos, get them too, so they can wear them all the time. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Any other public comments?
I have no other public comment.
Okay, bringing it back to the board. Supervisor Zanger, would you like to start?
Yeah, sure. I have some questions. Okay, so right off the bat, I'm going to say I don't think the full county shutdown is feasible just based on department heads' feedback. Plus, we have an issue with space as it is. If we're doing it in the same location, is that the plan in the vets hall? We can't fit anyone then either way. We can't fit everyone, right?
We could accommodate, the building I think accommodates 1,000 something people, so
Okay.
we would fit accordingly. And
All right. I just would see some problems with that because we were, Spurs and Gonzalez and I were pretty involved last year as part of the ad hoc. And I just know like the food line, the timing and everything, it was pretty difficult with half at a time. So I think it'd be a challenge to say the least to get everyone in there. And then just so I'm clear, so 20K was allotted year one and we spent 20K, right? Yeah. And then last year 50K allotted, we spent 35K, right? Okay, do we have a cost on the polos? That would be the token this year, right, of appreciation?
Correct.
Yeah, we did actually price out 2 different quotes right now. I don't know them off the top of my head, but if you want to give me 2 minutes, I can pull them up on my email. And then going back to as far as the efficiency of the serving, we have part of that poll was reaching out to all the department heads and seeing if they were willing to be part of the food service line so that we could kind of get people in through seated, plated, and down to enjoy their food and the festivities as quickly as possible. And 16 of the department heads said that they would help with serving. So parking might be an issue, but I think this year we're definitely trying to receive some of that feedback and some of the issues that were experienced last year and really combat them as much as possible.
You have the quote.
Oh, Gracie pulled up the quote for us and it looks like, so one quote was for 14,000 and the other one was for 17,000. So that's for 600 employees with the branding, whichever logo we decide to go with.
Okay, so let's say 14K for the polos and then 15K for the fair passes, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly.
Okay. How much was the fair last year? Total, do we know?
Yeah, and I actually have the numbers. Last year we spent $12,800 for the fairs, and it was $20 each. We ended up purchasing 640 to accommodate for the temporary employees and all county workforce.
Okay. Okay, I think that's it for now. I got to do some math, so.
We'll come back to you. Supervisor Sotelo.
Thank you. Okay, I've got a couple of questions. I love the idea of having everybody together, but I had the same question, if we could fit. I remember the city of Hollister when they did their 150th gala thing, and there was a lot of people. I get it's 1,000, but I'm wondering if 1,000 is standing. Like seated at a table might be a different capacity, I'm thinking, because I know there wasn't 1,000 people there and it was packed. So I would just want to make sure, if we were going to go that route, that make sure that we've accommodated for the seating. While I prefer the 2-hour shutdown and everybody all together, I also really respect the department heads and they know what it takes to run their departments. But if we were going to do something like that, you know, I almost feel bad for the individuals, the few individuals that end up having to hang back because you can't close the office, but if we could get almost everybody there together. But is there something that we could do for those individuals? I know typically in the past, you know, they would, well, so-and-so can't come, so I'm going to take a lunch to them or whatever. But maybe if there was some thought that we could get the majority of people there, but if they couldn't due to constraints with their department, maybe there was something additional that we could do for those individuals so they don't feel like they're missing out. So, and then I was just curious, do we know how many people utilized the fair passes last year? Do we have any of that data?
We haven't got that back from Dara as far as like who actually physically turned them in, but I can see if that's something we can get.
Okay, I'm just curious. I mean, I know I was out there quite a bit last year, and it was amazing. I did see a ton of county employees out there. So it was great. I know that some people used it. I'm sure not everybody. It doesn't work into everybody's schedule, but I was just curious, you know, is it the majority? Is it not very many? And we've done so many surveys, and so I just wasn't sure if that was a survey question that was asked or not.
Yeah, it wasn't a specific survey question, but we actually did receive feedback in some of the comments sections that people really did appreciate the fair passes and that they thought that they were great and they wanted to do them again this year. So,
Okay, great.
yeah.
That's fantastic, because I was curious if you had any feedback about employees' feelings about it last year, if they enjoyed it, or I think it's great. I think it's a win-win. I think we're supporting kind of our local fair here, but we're also honoring kind of our employees, and for, you know, a lot of people, maybe it's the only way they can go with their family or whatever. So I'm really supportive of that. Is the county doing a fair booth this year?
We are, yes.
We are, okay. I am in favor of the 150th logo. I think it's it's just a lot prettier. Are you considering black polo shirts, or are you considering a different color based on the logo of the 150th?
Yeah, we've only priced out black. I feel like, yeah.
Okay. On the companies that you're having price out these polos, are any of them local companies?
Yes, one of them is local.
Okay, I would prefer that we use local if we possibly can. I think there's several local companies that are doing things like that, and anytime that we can, utilize local companies, I think we should try to, even if they're a tiny bit more expensive, I think local is the way to go. And as far as like the serving line, I think I'd be happy to, as a board of supervisor, I think it'd be nice of all of us that we take the time to serve, right? And so I think the meet and greet period is great, but I think it's a way for us to show our appreciation to the employees. And so I think incorporating the board of supervisors with serving is another great, possibly great idea. Let the department heads, they are our employees too. Try to take as much lift off of all of our employees as possible. And so I think it'd be great to incorporate the board of supervisors, put us to work, let us help show our appreciation.
Thank you.
I think that's it. Thank you.
We'll definitely include you in our volunteers for serving. And I love that for you. And just to go back to as far as how we're including some of the other departments, like for the jail, we talked about getting them pizza, dessert, and drinks shipped to the jail at an appropriate time for them so that we can cover the night shift, and then any other departments that kind of might fall under that little category of unable to make it. We can definitely facilitate a similar type of pizza party for them too.
I'm just going to continue down here. Supervisor Kosmicki.
Sure thing. Yeah, so the closure, I am concerned about that, just the logistical part of it. There's no way of 100%. I mean, ideally, you would have everybody together. I totally get that and support that notion and get why the employees would prefer that. I just don't know if logistically, I think we have to really kind of do some more scrutiny of that. I'm not saying I would vote against this because of that. I just think that we have to really truly figure out if that's going to work, because I don't want this to turn into a disaster where there's just logistical problems and people aren't getting served and everyone's upset and it's not a happy environment. It's a negative environment because this just blew up in our faces. So I would prefer that we do a little more closer look as opposed to just saying, yes, let's close it down for 2 hours. I don't know how you do that, but I think we should take a closer look at whether logistically it would work, because if it's going to lean toward logistically it might not work, then I think we just have to play it on the safe side to make sure this is a positive event for everyone.
Right.
And then the shirts, I would just say, I always, I support local, but I also would like to know what that price difference is, because we have policies in the county with regard to how much of a bump we give to local. And if it's like 50% more or something like that, I don't think I could support just because it's
$3,000 more difference. Yeah. So 14,000 was the corporate quote that we got, and then 17,000 was the local vendor.
Who's the local vendor?
I'd have to look it up. It was
on 6th
Tracy, do you know?
that design one.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Mandingo, yeah.
Mandingo.
Yeah. And they could do the really nice logo embroidering for us.
But who's the corporate?
It was Vista Print.
Vista Print's our corporate.
Well, I just think we have to look at our policy, honestly. I I don't think we should necessarily be inconsistent with our policy. I mean, we're supposed to be stewards of taxpayers' money, and you might say it's only $3,000, but you know, it's still $3,000, and I don't necessarily think we should just go with local just because they're local, because we don't do it in other cases, and I don't know why this would be any different than that. And then the fair, I think, is great, but I also would say I would highly recommend that we ask people, once this is approved today, that we ask them if they're planning to go, and they say yes or no, and then we buy the appropriate tickets, as opposed to, you know, basically giving a quasi donation to the county fair, because we know that everybody's not going to it. I think you should, if you're going to go, you should commit to going, and then even if you may or may not go and you think I might go, then say yes, and we'll give you the tickets. But if you're not going to go and they just say, no, I'm not planning on going, then I just don't see why we would. I think we should buy them in advance. That would be my suggestion. So we would save a few $1,000s there as well. Otherwise, we're just, again, it's just a donation to the fair, and I don't see why we would do that. So that's it. Thank you.
Supervisor Gonzalez.
Thank you. I'm so glad that this is all coming together. Since 2021, this board, there was a shift in the majority, and those of us that are still sitting here on the dais have worked our way through the last 3 years of trying to make sure that employee recognition is the foremost of this board. When Supervisor Kazamiki and I came on along with Tiffany and Supervisor Dirks, there was a change, because prior to that, there were supervisors that were sitting here for a long time where the employee recognition had kind of fallen by the wayside. So this kind of piggybacks with the previous agenda item, is that I'm glad that we're doing this. As to the fair, regardless if it's a quasi donation to the fair, I think it's a good faith effort that the community is working with the fair board and making the fair a success, because with things costing so much nowadays, we're giving the employees an opportunity to have a family day and partake in a community event at the same time. So I really like it. I have concerns about the 2-hour shift, or the one shift for the 2-hour period, in that last time we had volunteers for supervisors to serve, it really didn't work that well. Supervisor Zanger and I were the 2 of the 5 that were working, and that kind of wasn't fair. And so if we're going to have a commitment of the board to be there to serve, they must be there to serve. I don't like the fact that that we're not going to listen to the department heads in terms of it might create problems for a 2-hour closure. I did have the same concern about, will we all fit in that building? And if we didn't use that building, where else are we going? I also like the fact that you're changing to Italian as opposed to barbecue or Mexican. And not that I don't like those foods, but I like to, again, variety, give the employees a variety. And so I'm glad that this has come to fruition. I'm glad that we are acknowledging the employees. And I just hope this is something that maintains, that it goes forward, and we don't lose it as we did previously. Because I know you had said that previously there was a employee barbecue recognition, and then for some reason that stopped. But I'm just hoping that this momentum keeps on continuing beyond my term on the board, because it is something that we acknowledge the employees, we thank them for their service, and we give them that time to be able to come eat and partake in it. I love the idea of the polos as their gift item. I like the black. I like the new logo. So I'm glad to see that coming. I don't have a preference in terms of local or whatever. I mean, I'm going to leave the decision making up to you all to bring back to us to approve, because I know you guys put a lot of work when you guys are looking for items. I mean, the simple fact, when we went out for this, cost wise, I mean, we all thought, oh, we're going to have the
Yetis.
The Yetis, thank you. And so we all, Yetis, and Supervisor Zanger say, hey, what about this other one, Arctic? And he brings us in, and we end up getting under the wire because, again, we listened to his suggestion, but it helped the community as a whole. So I'm going to listen and defer to you. We had the last year to help prepare for the 150th. And so it really does take input from all of us. You know, one of us might have a great suggestion, and we just need to kind of just listen to it and make it a collective decision. But I'm going to trust that you all are going to bring, staff are going going to bring the decisions back to this board for us to make the final decision of whatever route we're going, whether we go stay local or we go to corporate. It's going to be your decision, and we will ultimately make that. But I'm just glad to see this happening. We have to make sure that we let the employees know that we really do appreciate all the time and effort that you have put in. And I do like the fair option. I don't want to state the other option that we were looking at the time, but this was the best case scenario where we get to contribute to, yes, the fair. It's also an opportunity for the employees to go out there and bring their families out and just see other county employees and their families. It was just a nice day. So let's keep the fair pass, intact. But was there anything else we needed to vote for or suggest? I'm trying to remember all the things that you had suggested.
I got a list here. I'll go through the list.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Does this 600 include appointed commissioners and volunteers on our committees?
I'm not, I don't think so. I'm looking at Henny. HR ran the list for us, and I don't think it does include.
So many of our commissioners and committee members are not paid or compensated. Correct. And the things that they do. So I just want to highlight that if that's something that maybe we can talk about in the future, or some sort of recognition for them. When it comes to the logos, I love the new logo. I actually really support moving forward with the new logo. The thing is we have to budget it. So this is a good first step, and we need to come up with a plan of how do we transition without having the fiscal impact, because to change everything to the new logo, I mean, we're talking about letterheads, we're talking about envelopes, we're talking about things that it's already pre-printed on. So if we could start a policy where departments maybe move forward and bring it back to us, that the board approves, that we can move forward with the new logo, but giving some direction to departments in the best way to save money. Because the main reason I wasn't supportive of the logo change back when it was the 150th was because it's a huge cost that we hadn't even looked at the overall cost. So I'm very supportive of the new logo. I think that the 150th team and all the staff did a great job. It really represents our community, and the color scheme is just so much more San Benito County than our old logo. And it doesn't take away from some of the things we already still have. I mean, we've got some great history of the logo in this community, so I don't want to diminish any of that. When it comes to the shutdown, I'm as a former department person, I am not supportive of a shutdown. I'm looking at Anna from elections, clerk recorder, going, it doesn't happen. You can't shut down recordings. You can't, there are things we just can't do in certain departments. So I still like the split because it gives it a little more flow. It gives people opportunities that maybe they can't do us at times, so it gives them an option. So I'm very much in support of doing the split and not the all together, even though all together would be really great. I think that's more of a weekend thing, or where we have less impact on our services to the community. When it comes to the polos, I know we have a logo policy. We need to make sure that we're following with this new logo policy that was put in place, because there were some rules, if I remember correctly, like returning of clothing.
Yes.
Yeah, so I just don't want to mislead county employees, and we want to make sure that county employees understand the use of shirts with logos. I have no fear, but it has been brought to my attention, and I did relinquish all of my logo. I donated it back to the department, and I appreciate that some of them actually enjoy and wear them. But I do not wear my logo from the past at any events. It's unless I'm like gardening in my yard or something. Signups. I agree that if we're going to move forward, which I totally support, the fair pass and the family pass for the fair, that we try to narrow it down, though. How many do we really need? Let's not have this amount that's overspent. So I'm really supportive of it. I think there's an easy way to do this through the Google apps and all that stuff, is how many we need to get, and maybe just a little percentage of contingency. But I'm supportive of making sure that we keep that cost down. When it comes to the fair booth, and that may not be part of this topic, so maybe it's a future topic. I really think we need more structure at the fair booth. It needs to have more of like a theme. What are the things that the public wants to hear the most about? What are you doing to fix the roads? Maybe we have a nice big road map and we represent our districts on what roads are happening so that there's a theme when you're bringing people. It's not just, hi, we're the county, because there are so many other county departments there. I think we need a theme of what we're relaying, and we don't have the 150th to relay like we did last year. So that's my only thoughts on that. And I think I covered everything on my list.
Madam Chair, I had a question.
Yes.
Just something you mentioned, so I'm clear. Are we expecting the employees to give the shirts back when they move on?
Yeah, see, that's just it. I think our policy is written that they can have them while they're county employees, but if they leave, they have to give them back. Is that our current policy?
For this shirt, we're asking for the board to approve a token of appreciation, which would be a gift to them.
So it would be a gift to them. So I want to make sure that everybody understands that's going against what the county policy is. And I don't have a problem with that. I just want everybody to understand we got two things happening here.
I think we need to do a little bit further review on that because of the fact that if they separate from county service and they still have the polo, they could still be representing the county. So I think that's the fear.
I don't mean to bring up the bad.
No, I think we can definitely talk about maybe it's not a polo, maybe it's something else.
So are they supposed to give the mugs back too from last year?
Yeah, see, yeah.
No, I mean, those are,
where does the logo
you're not wearing
stop?
a mug, you're wearing a shirt. So I think that's where the concern is that somebody wearing that on the public and is representing the county. And
I know you're coming from HR, so I appreciate where you're coming from. I just want to make sure that we've had the discussion.
I think we can have a further discussion and maybe.
What about the hats?
Well, everybody has a hat at this stage. So.
I was going to say the whole county has a hat. I've seen them everywhere.
Maybe we can do a county bell buckle or something.
I think maybe what we might have to do is look at the policy and talk about with the public. Just because you have a logo from the county does not mean you're a county employee. You know, something that allows us to have a little flexibility, because I'm sorry, you know, I have logos from all kinds of people. Doesn't mean I work for those companies or corporations. I do like walking around branded. My husband does not, but I do. I like supporting, you know, like Zero Avia. They have a really cool logo and hat. So
we'll work with HR.
I didn't want us to just glaze over it like it wasn't a conflict.
Yeah.
And it doesn't necessarily have to be a shirt, but that's what most of our employees wanted.
I like the shirt with the logo. I do. Supervisor Gonzalez.
Just going back to the possibility of somebody impersonating a county employee, maybe this would be an item in and of itself where we have the conversation about the consequences, you know, if somebody is out there posing, and just write that into policy. But it kind of sounds like we're getting off of a tangent. Important, but a tangent, and it's not really this item that we're talking about. But maybe some sort of teeth where there's a consequence and it's stated in the policy what it is if you separate from the county, you know, what it might be if you are out there perpetrating a fraud on the community. Yeah, but going back to even employee ID badges, I mean, that wasn't even consistent where we had members of this board who didn't get their employee ID badge until just this year. And I was advocating, what happened to their badge? I got mine on day one. What happened to their badge? And so it's just, those of us in admin need to make sure that we're consistent, whatever it is, whatever policy. And again, this is a different conversation, but it just needs to be consistent. Yeah, that's all.
And I see county council wants to say something, but you triggered something, which is when employees do separate and, you know, we do take their badge, we take their key, it is a disclaimer that any logo that you've received on any apparel, you have to understand that you're not representing the county and that you can, if you do, it's a whatever. County council, hi, Sean, welcome. It's a nasty one. We need to fix it. Everybody has
I
troubles.
think generally the concept is that it has to be sort of a reasonable person would see that person as representing the county in sort of a official capacity. Outside of that, I think it's probably fine. But our office can look at that too.
Yeah, I just want to make sure we look at the policy, so I appreciate the conversation. Yes, Supervisor Sotelo.
As far as the polo goes, I mean, I guess somebody could be ill-intentioned in doing something, but I would guess the majority of people are not wearing their polos on the weekend as a fashion statement, right? Like this is giving them a county shirt that they can wear on Fridays or something. Maybe that's our county shirt policy. We wear our shirts on Fridays or something. I think it adds a really nice cohesive look. And I think when we are out doing community things, which I think we're doing a lot more of that now than in the past, it's nice for us to look cohesive. We've all got the same thing on. So I think there are a lot more advantages of us doing this polo. We can figure out kind of how to deal with things on the back end and the policy, but I think that the pros far outweigh the possible negative things.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Just the last thing, I was crunching my numbers from earlier. So I just want to say that this is fine. I'm good with the 50K allotment, but I did appreciate last year we had 50K allotted, we came 15,000 under. So I just want to make sure that, we're thinking about it in these terms, that we don't want to just, because it's there, we don't want to burn through it on stuff that isn't really going to be, that impactful. We do want to.
Correct, and that's the same approach we would take.
Awesome.
I think you can also see from personal experience kind of the way that we managed our choices and decisions for the 150th and how much money. We weren't just sitting there blowing through everything because we could. We were being very fiscally responsible with all of our decisions, and we take that moving forward with any project that the county gives us.
Madam Chair, if I may,
Yes,
just
Supervisor
so we get
Cosmicki.
consensus on what we agreed on with the county fair surveying residents, is there another third supervisor that's agreeable to the surveying residents so that we're saving some money on people that don't go to the fair?
Yeah, I'm supportive of making sure that we're only getting what we need and not just blanketing.
Sure.
Yeah.
And then I had a question on whether, would we be violating our own purchasing policy by going with a vendor who's 20-something% higher than the lowest quote?
We'll have to look into that.
Because I would appreciate if at the very least we go back to Mendingo and just say, are you willing to match, to go only this percentage over? Because I just can't agree with violating the purchasing policy. I don't understand why the exception would be made in this case.
Sure, we can crunch the numbers with HR and fiscal.
Supervisor Grow?
Yes.
So I don't know where
Sorry.
you,
Yep, okay.
I don't know where the comment is coming that we're making an exception. I had asked if they're local. There is a preference for it to be local. And I said if there was a small increase, I was not suggesting that we use local and violate our policy purchase. So I just want to make sure that I'm clear that, I think I would do exactly that. Go back to Mendigo, explain if we can use local, there should be a local preference, which there is in our purchasing policy, right? So I just want to be clear that I was not suggesting breaking the policy.
No, I'm not saying anything. If it's 17 versus 14, our policy says we go with the 14, but if Mendingo can get to 14 and 500 or whatever it is, then we can go with Mendingo. That's fine. I just don't think we should give him, $3,000 more than the lowest quote.
Okay. Yeah, we'll consider all that.
Thanks.
Okay, so it shows that we have 4 items. We're approving the special event as a luncheon. With it being, do we have an agreement that it's 2 shifts, not 1?
Yeah.
Are we good there? Because I'm going to kind of go through this real quick. Delegate authority to the CAO or designee to spend $50,000 max, but we would prefer you coming in less on the event. Authorizing the CAO or designee to seek and accept donations on the gifts. And I like the feedback from the employees about smaller, so there's more. I take that to heart. And if desired by the board, consider adopting a resolution for a 2-hour window, which we are saying we're not going to adopt.
So you don't have to do number 4.
So we're not going to do number 4. So it would be items 1 through 3 that we would be moving to move forward. Is that clear enough?
Yes.
Okay, and making sure we're not breaking any policies, and if a policy change needs to come forward, we bring it forward for future discussion. Can I get a motion?
I will move to approve items 1, 2, and 3 for staff recommendation.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Thank you, guys. I know this is a lot of work, but it's very much appreciated by us, too. Do we need to take like a 5-minute? Okay, we're going to take a 5-minute because I can tell there's some getting up. So we'll recess for 5 minutes. We'll be back at 11:28 per that clock.
Or maybe the whole record, right? Yeah.
Okay, we're going to start to come back. And thank you, everybody, for one, staying and being here, but also for being so engaged. Okay, we're going to move on. I think we're waiting for assistant or acting CAO. But we're going to move on to 2.5. Did I miss anything? I think I'm right. Okay, because I turned my page and okay, and this is going to be from RMA, from Steve Loop, receiving an update on the library expansion and facilities. Welcome back, Steve.
Thank you. Okay, item 2.5, old courthouse and library, and a lot to unpack for the next 10 minutes or so. So I'll jump right into it. Roughly a year ago, the old courthouse, specifically the upstairs, experienced a fire, and good amount of damage upstairs and even downstairs. There was a lot of water damage when the fire sprinklers came on, a lot of smoke damage. These are some of the photos from that incident. And I'll be telling a story that all kind of weaves together at the end here. So as of today, the courthouse has been completely remediated. Smoke smell is gone. If you look at the picture to the left, there's still some smoke damage to some of the walls you can see, which we'll talk about in a minute. But essentially, it's a shell with some walls, some HVAC systems, and it's kind of a blank slate at this point. So in the courthouse, there resided a year ago the assessors team, the tax collector, treasurer team, and the elections and recorders team. So obviously we had to find a home for them. We scrambled. Some of them were, their offices here for a while in this building. And eventually where we landed was The tax collector and assessors, treasurer and assessors are over at 1131 San Felipe Way. We looked all over the county, tried to find a home for them, and that seemed to be the best, most efficient place to move them temporarily a single time as opposed to moving them multiple times temporarily. So they're residing over there today. They've used some of their own funding. We're gonna have some maybe insurance money, reimburse them and the county for some of the funds we had to utilize to make some improvements over there so they could actually function as tax collectors and assessors. And the move itself and the time frame, it costs the county a little bit of time for collecting revenue. Fortunately, both those teams have scrambled and they've done an excellent job and tried to play catch up for collecting the revenue, but moving is obviously not great for functioning to obtain revenue for the county. So they're over there, they're functioning, they're making it work, and that's just a photo from a couple of their new counters that they have. In the meantime, fortunately, Elections County Clerk was able to find a home at Lana Way and have a nice, I'll say new building, but repurposed building, a lot of space. So that's where their home is currently, over on 1601 Lana Way. So we'll get back to the courthouse in a minute, but the county received a grant for $10 million, and the county is also matching that grant and providing another $5 million, and I'm rounding, for the library expansion. And so we've gone through a lot of twists and turns to help the library expand. And before I get to where we are today, we were proceeding per the grant and per that scope of work to expand the existing library. Existing library is about 11,000 square feet. If you bump out the Office of Ed staff and put them in a different location, and then expand the building, we were shooting for about 18,000 square feet, plus or minus. So 15,000-ish of the existing building if you utilize the Office of Ed, and then 3,000-ish to add on brand new building in the back. So that was the plan moving forward with the library expansion. Well, a couple months ago, we had some meetings with Facilities Ad Hoc Committee, and long story short, we received some direction to explore using the old courthouse as a library expansion option. And so we went down that path, and where we landed, I'll just throw out some numbers here, knowing that we have a $15 million grant, about $13.5 million of the grant will be used for design, build, construction of the library expansion. So about $13.5 million is what we have, plus or minus, to expand the library. When we looked at going over to the courthouse, to just use the bottom story, first floor, which we got to about 12,000 square feet of possibly using the courthouse to expand or to put the library staff in there. We got to about 12,000 square feet of programmable, usable space at a cost of $11 million. Remember, their current existing library by itself is 11,000 square feet. So using just the bottom floor of the courthouse, not going outside, which cost more and was an option, courtyard, et cetera, but just having an additional 1,000 square feet is going to be about $11 million. Still under budget, and we'll go back to the $13 million in a second. To use 2 stories was also explored, and the bare minimum, if we were going to use the 2 stories without expanding and doing things, just to use 2 stories for the court or for the library staff, new library, new location, we got about 24,000 square feet at a cost of $21 million. Now, there were more expensive options. If we expanded hallways, things, we could get, even more than that, but 21 million is obviously, even by itself, more than the 13.5 that we have today. So way out of our budget. So really it boiled down to, okay, should we relocate courthouse library staff into the first floor of the courthouse for 12,000 square feet for $11 million, or go back to the existing plan, the original plan of expanding the courthouse to, 17,000, 18,000 square feet for 13.5. So where we've landed today, through a lot of meetings with staff, library staff, our construction management team, was, to add more programmable space between 17,000, 18,000 square feet for the cost of 13.5 million. And I guess I'll just keep going unless you want me to stop for questions, Chair.
No, go right ahead.
Okay.
Keep going.
Alrighty. So we're at the final step of the architectural team's design, which is called design development. They call it the 50% design development plans. It's also called 30% plans by construction contractor folks, but just to keep things simple, we'll call it 50% design development plans. Those plans, per a meeting with staff, county staff, library staff yesterday, and what they want to see as programmable space. I talked to the architect, and they said it'd be about 6 to 8 weeks to finish their last step of the design, which is also pertains to a consent item that was pulled, but to complete that design package so that it can be handed off to a design build entity. So the contractor that's going to finish the design and build the library expansion, they have to complete these design drawings. They can do that in 6 to 8 weeks from today. So you could say mid-October. I'm just rounding to November. So we'll call it 8 weeks, 7 weeks. So in November, we're going to take that 50% design package, work with our construction management team, because there actually is some other scoping documents and generic specifications, some other things, create a package and release that and in December 2024 to the design build team to hopefully bid on and receive the contract to design build the library. So they're going to have an architect that's going to finish the design, and they're going to have a contractor build that design. And what that does, hopefully, is it minimizes change orders, because a lot of change orders are based on what they call design bid build, where you do design plans, you bid those plans, they go to a contractor. Well, this one, the design build strategy is, if you have your architect, designer, and your contractor on the same team, they can't claim as many change orders because they're actually the ones finishing the design. So that's the goal with design build. And so that's the process that we're going to move forward with. So theoretically, February 2025, Board of Supervisors approves a contract with the design build team, which allows them to finish the design, and they can complete the design in November, about a year from now. So keep that date in mind, please. November 2025 would be when the design is completed. So I'm going to jump back over to the courthouse temporarily. In order for the library expansion to occur, we have to relocate folks out of the library. Right now there's library staff and then there's the Office of Education. So they need somewhere to go. I'll try to talk quicker.
Okay, big, take your time.
Okay.
I'm not going to rush you on this one, Steve.
Okay, thanks. I'll try to be as succinct as possible. So we need to relocate library staff and Office of Ed somewhere so that the library expansion can begin. Well, before we relocate them somewhere, they have to have a home. Office of Ed, the goal from a year ago probably, was to have Office of Ed, who occupies about 4,000 square feet of the library, to be relocated into 1131 San Felipe. Well, that's where the treasurer and assessors are currently located. So before we can relocate Office of Ed into San Felipe, we have to relocate assessors and treasurer folks, and maybe some others, back into the courthouse. So we need to complete the relocation of the assessor, library staff, perhaps, treasurer, and even the elections team, perhaps, back into the courthouse by February of 2026. So if we do that, then we can spend a couple months doing some tenant improvements at 1131 San Felipe. Then we can move Office of Ed into San Felipe Road. And then that will free up the library, and the library will be essentially vacated. We can start abating, which means taking care of some asbestos and things on the existing library that will essentially be an issue once we start demoing walls and things. Right now, it's not necessarily an issue, but once we start doing a little bit of demolition and moving some things around, we're going to do some minor abatement. Then in June 2026, we can actually begin the expansion of the library. August of 2027, about 15 months later, construction would be completed per the grant funds. So usable area for the library will increase from 11,000 square feet today to probably 17,000, not probably 18,000, but more like 17,000 square feet in the future, based on our budget and what we know. And then that will allow us to complete our final financial narratives, expenditures, et cetera, which are due to the state September 2027. Now, the furnishings and some finishes and some nice appearance, aesthetic things inside the library won't be completed with the grant, and they really weren't even intended to be completed with the grant. Fortunately, we have a group locally called the Friends of the Library. They're going to be trying to raise some money to help with the furnishing, the finishes, some of the things, pieces that aren't connected to the floor or the walls, essentially, of the library. In the meantime, county will still try to go for, apply for grants, find whatever money we can find in the meantime, up to that point. So we have a couple years to do that, and there's a lot of grants floating around, and we'll continue to pursue those so that hopefully we can also help with furnishings and those type of things that aren't connected to the floors permanently. So hopefully in November 2027, we can move the library staff into their nice new remodeled, expanded building. So now we're going to jump back to the old courthouse. What does that mean? This is actually the critical timeline now, is the old courthouse. So this month, we're going to release an RFP for the courthouse design, and we're going to ask for direction from the board at the end of this presentation regarding a couple of these steps, but this is the tentative plan. So this month, release RFP for courthouse design to remodel the existing courthouse, as I mentioned previously. Then October, this board of supervisors could award a contract to an architect after we go through the RFP process. Based on this timeline, they're only going to have till October, about 6 months, to complete the design of the courthouse. We'll do permitting and issue to bidders of contractors to bid on that design, and we're trying to determine if we should do some design build or just design bid build. But long story short, April 2025, we'll issue the building permit, and issue to contractors to bid on the project to remodel the courthouse. May 2025, so this upcoming May, Board of Supervisors approves contract to begin construction of the courthouse. And then 9 months later, very optimistically, complete construction and relocation of the assessor, library staff, possibly treasurers, and the elections team. Now, the elections team, they're fully functional, operating where they're at. They do have some elections in the summer of 2026. They have to be settled by March of 2026 with all their elections equipment, which per this timeline might not be feasible. So if the elections moves into the courthouse, they might need to wait till the end of the summer 2026 to do that. So that's the timeline. And kind of on a separate track, library staff and our county internal staff are looking for other locations for where the library could be relocated temporarily. But if those options don't materialize and don't pencil out, then we'll have room in the old courthouse temporarily for the library staff to be there for the 15 months while the library is remodeled. So, direction we're looking for today from the board, please, is give us a green light to move forward with the RFP process so that we can onboard an architect to design the old courthouse. So we'd go out for an RFP. The board would have to approve that contract in a month or so with whichever architect is chosen. And then the old courthouse remodel design could begin. So that's number one. Number two, we're looking for direction confirmation that the scope of improvements for the courthouse include the following departments. The floors, top or bottom, is not critical, but it's, for our architect, we want to have everyone's buy-in that the folks that could end up at the courthouse and will end up at the courthouse as the assessors team, tax collector, treasurer, public administrator team, another department, i.e. IT or interim library or some other team, smaller group, and then also the clerk elections recorders team. Tentatively, the clerk recorders elections folks will be on the bottom floor. The rest of the folks will be on the top floor, but we haven't got to that detail level yet, but that kind of seems to make a little bit of sense because when you're having folks come for elections, it just seems that logically and logistically, maybe the bottom floor makes more sense, but it's more about the departments that should be relocated there. So looking for direction from the board. And then somewhat, and not quite as significant, but still important. Right now, the Hall of Records is essentially empty. Elections folks have emptied almost all their material out of the Hall of Records. It's a great building, a lot of room. So our building grounds maintenance team, they have 6 folks that are kind of cramped into one little tiny office right now. They could easily move to the Hall of Records and just put up some temp walls, and they even talked about constructing their own restroom because they're pretty handy over at the Hall of Records, but that's also item number 3. And something to note is that during this process, we've had a lot of guidance and input from the Facilities Ad Hoc Committee, which has been great. We also had a lot of input from library staff, which are here to answer questions, which has been great. So I'll pause there for questions.
Before we go to questions, let's open it up to public comment.
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, please press star 9 or the raised hand icon. And in chambers, we're going to start with Anna DeCastro. Is she still here? Oh, Anna.
Thank you. Good morning, Madam Chair, Board of Supervisors. I'm here on behalf of the Clerk Recorder Elections team, and I want to extend our sincere gratitude to the Board of Supervisors for the consideration in staff returning to the old courthouse. Additionally, we appreciate the support from the assessors and treasurers team in facilitating our relocation to the first floor. This adjustment will enhance accessibility for voters with disabilities, providing convenient access for our vote center and historical records, and centralize our equipment storage. We would also like to thank, of course, Steve Loop and Henny Ring for helping the elections office and including the clerk recorder office through the fire and the aftermath of it. The fire made public our facility vulnerabilities, like the lack of fire alarms, sprinkler system, video cameras, and windows with public access. In the previous configuration of the building, the elections office, including clerk recorder, occupied approximately 15,000 square feet, and this included the whole upstairs floor, the Hall of Records, which is the annex, and one of the courtrooms downstairs. Thanks to the asbestos that was mentioned during the presentation, the remediation and removal of walls, we will be downsizing once we go to the first floor to about 10,000 square feet. We will be relinquishing the Hall of Records and occupying only the first floor. This new setup will adequately accommodate for our 12 permanent staff members, 8 temporary staff, 12 election workers, and up to 25 voters at a time. We understand that this relocation effort is a team effort. As such, our county clerk recorder, Francisco Diaz, couldn't be here today because he's currently in discussions to allocate or to receive private funding so that we can have our document preservation for our county. This would supplement any insurance money that is being received. Thank you again for the consideration.
Thank you for your comment.
Next in chambers, Tammy Avalos.
Hi, Tammy Aviles with the San Benito Friends of the San Benito County Free Library. Thank you, Madam Chair, Board. Obviously, we want to continue pushing forward, and I want to extend thanks to the Facilities Committee and to Steve and to library staff as we just continue to partner together and work towards the library expansion at long last. But definitely in favor of moving forward with this and kind of getting the ball rolling. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Next in chambers, Rob Bernowski.
Last topic, I promise. And Mr. Liu, Steve, I'm shocked. This is the first time I ever heard you talk about something other than roads. So your domain expertise is phenomenal. A couple of things. I'm shocked that.
Sorry, Rob. Can we start the timer just so that we are being consistent? Thank you. Sorry,
One more minute. I'm shocked that a representative from the elections office speaking in her official capacity would be subjected to public comment. I mean, this is an important county function, and I'm sort of confused over it, but it is very instructive. Before I get there, though, one thing that I would love is when, and if this ever does get done, we start calling the old courthouse government center, because it will be the center of the business of government, including with the courthouse across the street. And it sort of has that air about it, like the importance that it actually has. So the one thing that I want to make sure of is, just like Anna was kept separate. She's not part of the county, so she's subject to public comment. A jury is kept separate from courthouse proceedings. In other words, the jury can't mingle with the judge and can't mingle with the plaintiffs or the defendants, so on and so forth, for good reason. And I just want to make sure, I do not believe that county supervisors should have an office anywhere near the elections office. And you really have to think about the administration being separate from the elections office. Don't get me wrong. I think elections assessor, treasurer should all be located there. But you in your elected capacity should not be anywhere near where votes are counted and things along those lines. And to some extent, maybe the administration. So I just want you to keep that in mind, because voter integrity is extremely important, and the optics are very, very important. And I wouldn't want, and I trust all of you, but I wouldn't want a county supervisor milling around while their election is being decided. And again, I'm just going to use a real quick example. The first time I held public office, people more experienced than me warned me. They said, like, Rob, we know you. If you're walking around a school campus, you can't stop and talk to the maintenance staff, for example, because you're a board member, they're going to stop what they're doing and they're going to chat with you. And when they're not getting their job done or doing it properly, they're going to say, well, a board member was talking to me. And that's sort of like the same concept, is the elected has to be separated from where the election process is happening, in my opinion. So anyway, thank you very much. Like I said, my last comment for the day.
Thank you for your comment.
Next in chambers, Steve Umfleet.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Supervisors. My name is Steve Umfleet from District 4. I coordinated a team of election observers for each of the last 3 elections in this county. So any issue related to our elections office is near and dear to my heart. As we consider plans to return the elections office to what Rob called government center, which I like the idea of that, I ask you to also consider citizen observers. Election observation is not only about watching what goes on during the in-person voting, but also about watching all stages of ballot processing. I have stated before, and I will state again, that our elections office has a very good track record. It's well above average among California counties with respect to transparency. This is an opportunity to strengthen that leadership. I ask you to consider both transparency and security as you plan for the future. Account for observer space and access. I ask you to consider both, so we need room for at least a few observers at any given time at an active process point. Video monitors for circumstances where the observer cannot be in close proximity to the operations are also important. Perhaps we have an area for observers to watch what is happening on monitors, such as what happens in other counties. We have a few of these already, but maybe we would expand this for the new structure. Constant video monitoring of the premises, including video review facilities, is also important. This is also done elsewhere. We should take steps not only to detect, but prevent unauthorized access to the premises. The fire at our county offices affected many people, including me, in many ways. Upon examination of some election records, I had some questions that I didn't realize until later could be answered or explained by further examination of other election logs. By the time I realized that, the fire had happened, the equipment was gone, and so were the log files. On to another issue, cages surrounding the election equipment would also be helpful, as we currently have in the Lana Way facility. Professor Halderman from Michigan has repeatedly demonstrated how election systems are vulnerable to proximity hacking. Cages will limit unauthorized access while providing visibility to the equipment for both election staff and for the video services. So cameras are very important for what they show as well as for what they don't show. So they can show that nothing happened, and that could be just as valuable for showing that something did happen. They contribute to the transparency. They provide critical evidence that contributes to trust in our elections. So I hope you will consider these suggestions. I believe they benefit our election staff every bit as much as they benefit the citizens of this county. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Next in chambers, Elias Salinas.
Thank you. I want to echo exactly what Rob Bernosky said with regards to the Board of Supervisors being in the same room, I'm going to say in the same building. And I'm going to go a step further because that's not reported on here that you want to have offices. The supervisors would like to have an office. And right now, I think you all share an office and you have different hours. I don't know how you do it. But as I've said more than a couple of times now, you walk into an office and as it was clearly stated by Rob, is the position that you're in is intimidating. And you interrupt the staff member, and that staff member has work to do. But they feel that they have to stop what they're doing and do what it is that you're asking, or take the 10 minutes or an hour or 2 hours from their work already. So I would strongly suggest that you not consider having an office in the same facility as you would with the assessor's office, with the tax auditor's office, the auditor's office, and the register of voters and the recorder's office. It is intimidating to them, to the staff, to have you come in and interrupt their day. And so find another location in downtown. Now, I don't know when it was, because I don't recall it coming to the Board of Supervisors to approving what the size would be and whether it would only be 1 story or 2 story for the library. My understanding was the whole time is it was going to be 2 stories because you were going to facilitate the entire building. And now it's like, well, we're going to do this and we're going to do that, and the money. It's my understanding that the drive for money has not stopped. You're pursuing funds to continue to do the library. And temporarily having the library staff in one location and another, the timeline of when all this is going to happen and whether or not your leases are getting extended. Actually, I believe the assessor and the tax collector are already in county buildings, so there's no lease there. I don't know. But where they are they, that they can stay there so that actually the library staff stays on the first floor until the library, and then you do other movements around. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Next in chambers, Tom Slavich.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Tom Slavich, County Assessor. First of all, I just wanted to thank Steve and his staff for helping us at 1131 San Felipe. We're comfortable there. As he mentioned, we did some remodeling. We're still looking for some security fencing in the back and a camera system, which I believe are going to be installed here at the end of September or October. So we're thankful for that. Overall, at that facility, we have about 8,000 square feet, and we're pretty much full to capacity right now. So in the assessor's office, which includes our mapping department and GIS, we have roughly about 26 people part-time and full-time on staff. And as time grows, we're going to, expand and get more people. So the facility there on the second floor, I have the old set of plans drawn back in 1961. And I believe roughly office space is about 10,500 square feet, roughly. So with our office, you have the tax collector, treasurer, and I guess possibly IT. That would pretty much fill up that entire floor. As Steve mentioned, it's been a year now since the fire, and we are grateful we're at 1131. But overall, we're going to be happy to go back to our old location. I think it's going to be good for the community. It's centrally located and so forth. As far as supervisor offices, last year I was talking to our CA, Ray Espinoza, and he had mentioned that one of the plans was when this building next door becomes vacant, when OES leaves, that possibly these offices could be remodeled and used for supervisor offices. So I just wanted to point that out to you. So anyways, thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
And in chambers, Melinda Casillas.
Good morning. I'm Melinda Casillas, Treasurer, Tax Collector, Public Administrator. First of all, I would like to say that we're very grateful for all the help that administration and Public Works has given us in IT to try to make the transition from being displaced from the courthouse into 1131. As Steve mentioned, we did do some remodeling, which has made our processes, especially for the tax collector, a lot easier for us. However, it's not really totally conducive for what we do. And so we would be happy to be coming back to the courthouse. And we need to also be close to the assessor's office. So to remodel the courthouse and put us on the second floor, I think would be very good, not just for our office work, but for the community. The parking is a little difficult out at 1131, and along with the food bank, it makes some of our, it adds challenges to the parking situation. So I think moving back to the courthouse would be conducive, better processes for us. So anyways, I just wanted to say that I appreciate all the work that you've given us and help that you've given us. If we were to stay at 1131, we would need a lot of additional remodeling to be done also. So anyways, thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment.
And I have no further public comment.
Okay, we're going to bring it back to the board. I know we have facilities committee members. Do you guys want to go first? Supervisor Gonzalez?
Well, contrary to popular opinion, we have had many, many meetings regarding the topic of the library. We've looked at the existing site, how to make it better, how to expand on it. We looked at the potential using the old courthouse as both floors. But again, we're confined with the dollar amount and what we can afford to build and staff. And so we've looked at every single angle as to where, what, and how. And so we even invited the department heads to come to our facilities meeting so we can get input from them directly as to their current space that they are occupying versus reoccupying the old courthouse and how that is going to work or not work for moving forward. But this has been a conversation that has been had repeatedly. Conversations have been had, and maybe not in this forum per se for the Board of Supervisors, but it has been meetings and conversations have been ongoing for almost a past year in terms of what the library is doing or not doing, and the other departments are being relocated. Now, while this is me now getting on my soapbox regarding the Board of Supervisors, I fully understand the conflict that it could pose having a Board of Supervisors on the premise of a department building or office. But since COVID, most of us have been living and working out of our homes, be it the kitchen table, the living room table, whatever. We as supervisors do not have offices, and I won't be here in 2025, so it doesn't matter to me, but I just want to make it known to the community. We are full-time employees for the county, conducting the business of the community with the community for the county, but yet we have no office space. And it doesn't matter to me moving forward, but it is incumbent on how can one of us supervisors sitting up here conduct business when we don't have an office. And yes, there was a little cubby hole of an office here that all 5 of us shared, but we never physically could occupy it because it wasn't set up that way. There was a computer, there were some mailboxes, but then I want to say that it's been taken over by various staff through the last 4 years. And so it has to be mindful that the supervisors need to have a place to conduct business, to be able to entertain when their constituents come in and they want to talk privately. Right now we're going to places like Starbucks, to a local restaurant, sitting down and having really critical conversations that need to be had in an enclosed office environment, and we don't have that luxury as supervisors. So the old courthouse may not be the place for a Board of Supervisors to have an office. I agree with what the public comments have been. We need to be mindful as a county admin to make sure that we find a place for the supervisor to be able to conduct business. Whoever is sitting in the seats up here, there needs to be a place of business. Granted, our mailing address is 481 4th Street, but there isn't a cubicle or there isn't a space to have and to conduct those meetings. So just be mindful of that moving forward.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Sotelo?
Yeah, first of all, thank you to Steve and the team and the Friends of the Library and everybody, all of our employees at the library. They really, we exhausted every single option as far as looking at what can we do? How do we best serve the community when it comes to the library? My heart was set on that old courthouse. We walked it. It was super cool building. I think there was a lot of potential. I think visibility would have increased. It just doesn't pencil out. And it was a hard reality, but it just doesn't. We would have lost space. And so, and I don't think, the Friends of the Library want to maximize the space. Our staff wants to maximize their space. And I think, sitting here as one of the facilities committee members, maximizing this space is incredibly important. And I think looking to the future of what our community needs are, when we looked at the old courthouse, and there was just no way possible we could do 2 stories. That was completely outside of what the budget was. So we were looking at only the downstairs. But what it would have done is it would have taken away a lot of public space opportunities. So they're looking at doing kind of a lot of these kind of meeting rooms and public workshop. I don't know, they're doing a lot of programs, I guess is what it's called now, program rooms and things, which is kind of the new the new space that libraries are going to, Supervisor Gonzalez and I, along with some of our capital improvement project manager, went over and visited the Salinas Library that's newer and really kind of tried to envision, Kate, how do we create some of these opportunities? And are some of these, what we were doing by moving to the old courthouse was we were eliminating those. And that's just not what we want to do. I think by us going in the current existing space and remodeling it, it doesn't take away the ability for future grants to maybe at some point build a second story, right? We can expand in the future potentially as a community, but right now, we've got to do everything we can to complete this project, maximize our dollar, maximize the space. And there was, in order for us to go to the old courthouse, the original grant was to expand the current location. In order for us to have gone to the old courthouse, we were going to have to get permission from the state. And we really didn't feel even, it wasn't something we even wanted to do, but we also didn't feel really too confident about them approving their grant for downsizing. And so, unfortunately, for those reasons, we have to look at this, the current space, and we've got to make the best of it. And so I appreciate all of the work that everybody was willing to do and exploring every single option. I think I'm grateful that so many of our departments have been willing to work with us and compromise and come back. And I think that the elections, I know they love where they are, but I appreciate them being willing to come back, occupy that first floor. I think it'll be nice for the community. I think the community misses having our assessor and our treasurer and our elections downtown. I think they appreciated it being so close. And so my concern was a little bit the Hall of Records. I think it's one of the coolest buildings that we have. Unfortunately, the majority of the public, you never get to see that building, but it is absolutely incredible and beautiful. It worries me a little bit having our grounds and maintenance in there, but there's been a commitment that they're going to care for it, and there is no heavy machinery or anything like that that will be in there, is what has been promised. And as far as the supervisors having offices, I'm totally okay with us not having offices right there in the government center, the old courthouse. I don't think really there was ever even any talk of it. There was possibly some talk of, could we put them in the old Hall of Records? But I will say, I 100% believe that the supervisors do need an office. It is really hard for us to do business not having any type of office. I don't care where it is. I just need a space. And we don't even have a space here at the administration building anymore. That office that we used to share, which I did use on occasion, it is occupied now. And so, and that's okay. And I don't want to take that back away, but I do want there to be some consideration. And I 100% don't want to interfere with the ongoings of daily operations. I think we're pretty, I can only speak for myself, but I would hope that we're all really respectful of when we come in, we kind of do what we need to do. We have the meetings we need to have. There's not a lot of loitering, and we don't have a lot of time to waste either. Most of us have really full calendars. And so are we friendly? And is it, good morning, how are you? Yes, of course. But I don't see a lot of standing around and just interrupting and bothering our employees from the Board of Supervisors, nor do I see our staff just hanging around and wasting time. I think we're all very aware of that, and we're we all understand there's a job to be done. And so, yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Supervisor Zanger, Supervisor Kosmicki, who would like to go? Supervisor Kosmicki.
Thank you. First off, I don't care about supervisors having an office and don't think it's a priority, especially considering the space issues we have in this county, the fact that we don't have money to buy or rent new spaces. I mean, maybe down the line, I could see that, but at this point, I don't think that should even be remotely on the radar. I certainly don't think we should have offices in the same building as the elections office. We work remotely now, and I think for me it works great. I work at home, I go to coffee shops, I come meet people at their offices in the county. I just don't see a reason why that should be anywhere near being a priority. I also think it kind of opens the door for us to move toward, the larger county model where we have staff, and I don't even want to even talk about going anywhere near adding staff members for supervisors in a county with 65,000 people. So I don't see the need for offices or the discussion, frankly. And yeah, I don't, like you said, Supervisor Stella, I don't care where it is. I just need a location, and my house seems to work pretty great. And I also actually think, that it brings up a larger point that as we evolve as a county, that, because we can't afford facilities, basically, we can't afford any facilities. The only reason we're doing the library is because we're getting this huge grant for it, is that we have to explore at some point looking at a hybrid remote policy of some kind, what works and what doesn't work. I know it's not perfect, but, working remotely doesn't mean you're working less productively, and working in offices doesn't mean necessarily you're working productively. So anyway, that's on that. And then I also want to reiterate that the city of Hollister really should be stepping up. I'm hoping that we can engage with them in this conversation. They should be contributing to this project. It's not a fact that, as it's been stated in the past, that the counties do libraries. It's just not true. Cities traditionally do libraries, and look to our neighbors, and you can see that that's the case. And so I think the city really needs to be stepping up, because the vast majority of the people that use the library are, the vast majority are city residents. And yes, I know that the county also oversees city areas, but the city should be contributing to the library, not only the building of the expansion, but I would say, and we could have a much nicer expansion, by the way, if they do, but also to the operations of the library. So that's a side point. And then timeline on the design, December 25, it's, again, it seems like a long way off just to get the design finished. So that's over a year just to get the design finished. And we're talking about, essentially what I'm hearing is we're talking about basically renovating an existing structure that we already have, knocking down walls, things like that. We're not adding on, because I know when I was on facilities, we were talking about adding on to the existing building as well, or looking at the back part of it and seeing where we could actually add on an expansion, actual expansion, not just using the Office of Education location, but that's out the door now is what I'm hearing.
No, the expansion's still part of the scope. We might not be able to expand to the full 3,000 square foot building, but we are still going to be able to expand. That's mainly where the new library staff, they're going to be in a brand new expanded building as part of the current plan for the library.
And so what would be the total square footage of the entire structure then?
17,000 to 18,000 square feet.
And it's
right now it's 11,000.
And that's programmable space?
Yeah, it's usable space, all indoors, enclosed.
And that's in the current library structure?
Correct. Well, we're expanding 2,000 to 3,000 square feet outside a brand new building.
We're only expanding, okay, so we're expanding by a couple thousand square feet, and we're renovating
the 15,000.
Existing 15,000. We're currently using like 11.
Correct.
Is what I remember. And the Office of Ed was using
4,000.
The 4.
Correct.
So, and the budget for this is 13.5 now is what I'm hearing, or is there a contingency that takes, because we have 15 million set aside, we don't necessarily have to spend 15.
Right, well, we want to spend every dollar, but even per the next item, for the architect we'll call it $500,000, the current architect. For our construction management team, that was another few $100,000. So when you take away the soft costs, we're trying to be conservative, but we'll still have 13.5, maybe a little bit more, but about 13.5 for the new design build construction team to take over is what's going to be remaining.
And do the whole project.
Right.
Okay, and that would leave us a little bit of wiggle room, and potentially some of those general fund dollars that have been contributed could go, or they can't, because there was something with the grant, right?
No, the grant, we pretty much have to use the $10 million from the state, I'm rounding, and the $5 million match. That has to go to the project, the $15
So we're
million.
spending $15 million to hopefully get a couple thousand extra square feet. So the point I'm making, like, look, from the beginning, I'm the one that, Supervisor Gonzalez and I were the ones that brought this forward. Big supporter of the concept. There was talk of a second library for $60 million that we could not afford. I am first and foremost a supporter of the library expansion. I just have to point out that $15 million for what we're getting is a lot of money. And I think the general lay public, we could go build a new building. And I know because there's grant dollars involved with this, we have to do the expansion model. I mean, we could build a new building and acquire space on the west side of Hollister and build a new building that's larger than this for less than what we're spending on it. That's why it's generally, I can't wrap my head around how, we're getting so little out of additional space. We're only getting 7,000 additional square feet of space for $15 million. I think the general lay public is going to see that and read that and say, there's government again, throwing money around, wasting money. And that's, again, I support the expansion. We've got the state grant money. We're moving forward. I'm just saying that I just want to say that because something is off here. I just don't, if we're only getting a few thousand extra square feet of space and the Office of Ed is moving and everything, it's just a lot of money. It's exorbitant, to be really honest, and especially considering the city of Hollister is not contributing anything to it. I think it's going to be a tough pill to swallow, and I sure hope it's really nice and everything, but I just don't think we're getting a lot for the money that we're spending on it, to be really frank.
Can I chime in on that?
Yeah.
I had those same concerns, but the reality is when the numbers pan out, when we're looking at cost and design and so forth, we couldn't get anything else. And so I was like you, had hopes that we were going to get a bigger bang for our buck with the 15 million, but the reality is there's only like 13.5 left because of what's already been spent on designing the project, on consultants and so forth. And so we don't have that $15 million anymore. It's now like 13.5. But I had those same frustrations that you have. And that's what I'm saying. We have to do something because we have the grant constraints in terms of the time frame. We have to do something or we're going to lose that. And so we're up against a clock. We're up against a budget. And though we would love to have a lofty new building on the west side of Hollister, because again, that's the site where it needs to be developed, we don't have those options.
Would the state, could we ever gone to the state and just asked, hey, could we do this other, and I know it would delay things a little bit. Could we go to the state and say, could we just acquire a property and build? Well, for this amount of money, this is so much money, and I don't care that it's state money. It's all taxpayer money. It's so much money for 3,000 square feet of space.
So a couple things. One, the grant was literally to remodel and expand, just like you said, the existing. And whenever this board or whoever would like it present or sent to them, we already have a 12-page estimate, as Supervisor Gonzalez noted. It details dozens, maybe hundreds of items, and this is just design development of what that 13 million gets us. So it is what it is. I'm not sure what else to.
No, I understand, but when you look at even the high end of cost per square foot of commercial construction, I mean, you could build a new building a bigger building for this amount of money, basically.
But I think that's the real question. The crux is, can we really build a new building? And what you're saying, is that the truth of the matter? It's nice. It sounds nice. It's a great soundbite, but is it the reality of it?
I think we could. I mean, there's modular buildings now you can build that are relatively inexpensive. Anyway, side point. I also think it would have made more sense I would have, and I was on facilities, I would have liked to have been a little more involved, I guess. It would have been nice that using the first floor of I understand what the employees and the departments want, but we have to do if some of them can stay where they're at, then maybe that would have been a better option. And using that lower floor and then keeping the current library, and maybe we had the current library because the computer aspect of libraries is so big. Maybe there's a technology center aspect, and then maybe there's a traditional library wing. I just think that may have made more sense, because then you would have had 11,000 and you would have had, I think you said 11 or 12,000 square feet on the lower floor of the old courthouse. I would have preferred that. It sounds like you could have done that. I mean, you would have had the money if it was $11 million for the old courthouse portion. That would have left you $4 million to do some sort of retrofitting in the current building, and we would have had a lot more square footage, would we not have?
I'm not sure how far $4 million would get us, but you're saying stay where they're at?
$1 million to fix up the building a little bit?
You can.
What are we talking about? We're talking about just making it nicer, right?
Well, just the existing building?
Yeah.
You could do things with $4 million. I mean, I'm not sure how to answer the question.
No, I'm just saying that we would have had a lot more square footage if we would have looked closer instead of just, now it seems like we're just going in this one direction, which is to add a few thousand square feet to the existing library. And I'm skeptical we're even potentially even going to get that out of it. And we may just end up with 15,000 square feet and
then with
barely any sort of expansion at all in the end. And we went through all this money and.
Okay, fair enough. Per that scenario, then would elections stay at Lana Way because they wouldn't have any place to be?
Elections would love to stay at Lana Way, but it is, can we afford to allow them to stay there financially? That is another component of the conversation we had in the facilities meeting. Everything that you're suggesting, Colin, has been hashed and rehashed at the facilities. We've tried looking at all of the parameters to see what we can do. But I hear what you're saying. $15 million at the end product is not going to be a great improvement for the community, but our hands are tied.
No, I get it. I think my overall frustration is just the dollar amount for what we're getting it's wild.
Well, on that note, we'll go out to bid, and maybe the contractor bids it lower.
They should be bidding it lower. That'd be great. Our goal that we're putting out there, and then maybe we can do something else library-wise with that money, because and I know you want to speak, and you're more familiar with construction, but that is a lot of money for what we're getting. That's all. Thank you.
Supervisor Zanger.
Yeah, thank you. Is there some sort of general explanation of why it's so much more expensive per square foot in the situation as opposed to something else? Is there something I'm missing? Is it about the retrofitting more expensive?
No, it's
just what it is.
It is what it is. Again, after this, I'll be happy to send you the current estimate, but it's just. And maybe our architects are being conservative, call it, $900 a square foot to expand and remodel and do those type of things. And some of it is, the library, it's not a young building, so we have to do some things to it to kind of bring it up to code. But just to answer the questions, I'll send the current estimate, even though if we get approval to finish the design, we're going to have even a more detailed estimate, but I'll send the current estimate to the non-facilities ad hoc folks, just so you can see what the scope of work is for the
That'd be great. All right.
You bet.
And, the other thing I have to say is not really very substantive, but I will take an opportunity right now. Everyone talks about how much we like the Hall of Records building. Just make a mental note of this. I encourage, and I've encouraged it before, building it in the same fashion, building it in a traditional fashion, because it retains value, it stays nicer longer than if we were to just architecturally, modern buildings get outdated really quickly. And if we're talking about how much we like some of these old buildings we have, we should just keep that in mind when we're moving forward with projects like this, that, hey, we should probably focus on that and consider if we want to move in that direction again, rather than, modernize. It just doesn't seem to hold its value as well. That's all.
Steve, thank you. I think all the departments and the Friends of the Library and the facility committee for all their work on this. I can't say it's disappointing that we can't do more, but the problem is we just don't have enough money. That's the bottom line. I'm very concerned about the schedule that you have given. If there's one thing I would say, don't even try to move elections before the 26th election cycle. It will be a disaster because you will shove it right up against the primary, and moving like they did, even with the fire, was a little more than any department should have to take care of. So leaving them out at Lana Way right now and then maybe utilizing the first floor as the temporary location for the library while construction is happening. I'm sad that we can't get that building to be a better shell. I am concerned also there's a lot of asbestos walling that's still there. All that exterior walling, all those panels with the glass have asbestos in it. That's gonna cost money. It's not gonna be cheap. And every time we turn around, every one of these buildings, where is the cost? It's abatement. That abatement cost is incredible. I don't know what we can do to reduce abatement cost. It would be fantastic to have a new facility at a new location for the library. Unfortunately, that means buying land. And buying land sucks up a lot of your soft costs. And then when you get into construction, this $15 million does not, there's soft cost, there's construction cost, and then there's actual relocation cost. That doesn't even cover, that 15 million doesn't cover all of that. So I wish the economy was better in the construction world where it didn't cost so much to do so many of these things. But unfortunately, watching how construction has moved forward in the truly ever since COVID and the impact on supply chain, it's still real. It's still a reality. I mean, when you're ordering appliances before you break ground, that says something. Because they can't guarantee they're going to get it. Anyhow, I thank everybody for everything that they've done. I wish that we had better options when it comes to office space for election or for board members. You know, we're handed a cell phone, a tablet, and we're basically wished good luck. And here's your inbox. I don't know how much longer people can go that way in this and be expected to get work done. I'm more concerned with how you keep up with the work you have. Even though I have a home office, I'm 3,000 emails in the hole right now. I mean, and I apologize to everyone in the public that I have not gotten back to because it's almost impossible to keep up. Well, it is impossible to keep up. So I agree, we can't afford staff, we can't afford facilities, so you got to accept what we can do as elected officials. And unfortunately, we're going to have to make some sacrifices as elected officials and not have office space, not have staff. But we also have to consider we have a future public defender's office that we aren't even considering in this conversation. We have other costs that we're not considering in this conversation. So my biggest concern is your timeline, and I just don't think that it's possible. So whatever we can do to reduce that impact, maybe by not moving some of the departments until later, that's I just don't know what else to say. And I do agree, having a more local government center. I like the name of the Hall of Records, but at the same time, I am very concerned if maintenance is going into that historical building, which is beautiful. It needs to stay just as beautiful as it is, and I know your team will keep it that way, but also I know IT was eyeing that building for like the last 8 years. They would love to move into that building and get off of the hill upstairs, or the hill, the Park Hill. Anyhow, so it looks like we received the presentation, but we've been asked for moving forward with an RFP. The RFP is the RFP for not the library, the Hall of Records. I just want to make sure that we're understanding what the RFP is for. So the RFP would be go out for the Hall of Records and piggyback it with the library? Is that what you're considering?
Well, it's parallel.
Design build?
Yeah, well, we don't know if we're going design build on the old courthouse yet. We're considering it. Either way, we need to get the architect on board now to get to a certain level of design for the courthouse. And if we go design build in 6 months, so be it. But no matter what process we need an architect now to start designing the interior of the courthouse to budget-wise, come up with an estimate. How much do we need? And two, just like you said, once that architect moves forward a bit in the process, we'll be able to look at our timeline a little bit closer. Because we already discussed internally exactly what you just said, that the old courthouse remodel in whatever was going to be 8 months is pretty optimistic, to say the least, or 9 months even. So does that mean we go back to the state and ask for an extension of time? But until we want that architect onboarded and have a design ready so that our construction management team can say, A, what's the approximate estimate, construction estimate, and two, what's the timeline for the courthouse? And then we'll make a decision, should we go to the state and just ask for more time for the library expansion?
And are we taking into consideration all the architects we've paid for in the past on this building? Because we've paid for several architects to look at this building. We've bid out expanding the old courthouse all the way to the exterior of the columns. We've talked about enclosing the staircases and having an inner office only. I mean, there's a lot of design work that's been out there. Can we just make sure that this architect gets all of that information so we're not starting from scratch, if that is legally possible? I know there's
of
design.
course. We'll be giving them the as-built of the current building that Tom mentioned. We'll give them I think it's the 2017 plans, or I might have the year wrong that you're referring to.
There was one before 2012.
And
it was bid out.
And on that note, if those architects are still around, they're free to bid an RFP and present their proposal to be the designer. So.
Okay. So what would you like from us today, Steve? Because we kind of went all over the place.
Sure, you bet. 3 general things. 1, move forward with the RFP process to onboard an architect for the design of the old courthouse. 2, and the reason why we're asking for confirmation on number 2, which is to have the assessor, tax collector, treasurer, public administrator, and elections occupy the old courthouse, and perhaps IT and or library staff temporarily, but mainly, assessor, tax collector, treasurer, public administrator, and clerk recorder elections, because the architects, we want to put that in the RFP that we're going to release even next week. We want to say these are, you have this group of, say, 27 for the assessor team, or 7 for the treasurer team, or this elections team, as Anna just said. So we want to put that in the RFP scope, as why we just want buy-in here. And then number 3, there is open space. IT's looked at the Hall of Records. I think they thought they couldn't get all their cables and fun things there, but we don't need confirmation today that building grounds maintenance team can relocate into Hall of Records. But if the board so chooses, there's a large open space there that can be utilized by some team, and that's one of the teams of many that they're kind of busting at the seams. And they have their facilities, just so you know, their material facilities building is right next door, so they still have their storage area, and they just have a little more office space at Hall of Records. So that was kind of the thought process behind that. But those are the 3 items for the board to provide direction on, please.
Quick question, Madam Chair.
Sure, go
We
right
never
ahead.
talked about insurance because of the fire. How much is insurance covering?
That's a deputy CAO question.
We're still working on parts of that. They're still doing some audit from some of the restoration work that's been done. So we don't have a hard number yet.
Okay, I think for the public's sake, though, there should be some sort of transparency on what we're getting back from insurance. I think because in the layperson's mind, you have insurance, so they should be paying for these services.
Right, we're just waiting to get that number, essentially, is what.
Okay,
yeah.
all right, thank you.
We haven't received that number.
So with what staff is recommending, my only real hard consideration is understanding that clerk recorder elections really needs to be considered after 2026 with your time frame. And that would be my only amendment to your recommendation.
Okay.
Is there a motion?
With reluctance, because of the constraints that we're looking at, I will go ahead and move to approve per staff recommendation.
Madam Chair, I'll second. Can I ask for a friendly amendment?
I was going to say I need a second. Yeah, thank you.
Can I just,
Yes, go ahead.
friendly amendment?
With a friendly amendment.
What Chair Curl suggested, I agree with that.
With the friendly amendment on Cray. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay. Thank you, Steve. And I hate to do this to you, Abraham, but we have a hard stop at our closed session. So we are going to have to step into closed session and come back for our item 2.6 and then item 3.1 through 3.3. So we are going to step into closed session. I think we can be back by 1:30. Is that too fast? We had a hard stop and I need public comment. So we have a hard stop at 2? Okay. So we have to stop at 2. So can I get public comment for closed session?
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers regarding closed session, please provide a speaker card on Zoom. Please press *9 or the raised hand icon. And it looks like I have no public comment.
Thank you for the no public comment. We're going to adjourn to a closed session. We'll be back before 2.
we doing the regular?
Okay, we're gonna. Then reopen it again. Okay, coming back from closed session. And here we are. Henny, if you could report out on the two items that we didn't have county council there, and then Sean, you can report out.
On the 4.2, the board has given direction to staff, and so we'll be moving forward with that. And as well on 4.3, the board has provided staff direction. So we'll
Okay,
be moving
great.
forward with that.
And Sean, on 4.1?
Yeah, county council recused from 4.2.
Okay, and anything to report out on 4.1?
No, nothing to report.
Okay, great. So we're going to finish the regular agenda. We're going to go back to item number 2.6. And Abraham, thank you for your patience. We appreciate you. I understand there's a rooster in our discussion here.
There is a rooster in our discussion here. You're correct, Madam Chair. Thank you, members of the board. Good afternoon. This item is to provide an update on the county's work pertaining to a future agenda item that was requested regarding a policy for roosters, addressing the issue of raising roosters for fighting purposes. On August 7, 2024, just last month, the Planning Commission actually held a special Planning Commission meeting, not necessarily particularly for this item, but just in general, we do updates in our zoning code from time to time just to kind of make sure that everything's going good and making sure everything's consistent. And so we actually had this item as part of that agenda to address, crowing foul on the issue of raising roosters for fighting purposes, particularly because of the request from the Board of Supervisors. And although California Penal Code currently prohibits or addresses criminal violations on the issue of raising roosters for fighting purposes, the Commission discussed including specific language to the zoning code to address this particular issue. But California Penal Code 597A addresses criminal violations that can result in prison time and additional fines for animal cruelty. But then California Penal Code 597B specifically addresses criminal violation for rooster fighting, which also can result in jail time and fines. And then we do have section 13.01.048D, which prohibits animal abuse and animal fight training. There are two sections of the code where crowing fowl and the issue of raising roosters for fighting purposes are proposed, and that is Title 13 animals and Title 25 zoning, as I mentioned. And so the plan is to amend Title 13 animals to address rooster keeping facilities standards and also sanitary conditions, county inspection requirements, and anything that has to do with the care of the rooster, with animal care. And Title 25 will address more of the permitting process, and then both Title 13 and Title 25 would address more of the violations and enforcement. So staff anticipates bringing the update to these titles to the Board of Supervisors for a public hearing later this year. We anticipate tentatively in December of 2024. Are there any questions for staff?
Before we go to questions, let's open it up to public comment.
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, please press *9 or the raised hand icon. I have no public comment.
Supervisor Zanger, do you have any questions? I know this was the item that you brought forward.
Yes. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, I did.
And sorry
bring
for
this
the delay
forward.
in getting it. Thank you, Abraham.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Abraham. Yeah, I brought this forward just because the rooster fighting is just a nasty business. I know they're, it's animal cruelty, and I know they're just, they're birds, but it is animal cruelty, and everything associated with rooster fighting is a nasty business. It's just drugs and gambling and even cartel activity and everything else. So that's sort of the intention behind this. And it was about, I understand obviously fighting is already illegal, but just to strengthen language as far as raising them for fighting purposes. I just had a couple of things I was just wanting to get on the radar to make sure you guys weren't missing it in case I missed it in the staff report. But as far as, like you said, adding language that does make it a little more difficult to raise roosters for fighting purposes, is like the ratio of roosters to hens that someone can have, is that considered at all? Because I know, if you have, 100 roosters and, 5 hens, that's not how it's not like an egg farm. That's basically a rooster, raising operation for fighting. And then just the paraphernalia involved with fighting, the metal razors they put on their claws, or even the little boxing gloves that they have. I don't know what they're called, but they have little boxing gloves for them as well. And then I know that when they're being raised for fighting, they're often individually staked, chained to stakes, or kept in teepee kennels. And so just things like that. I know there's just very specific ways they're raised that makes them more aggressive, and it breeds them for fighting. So I just want to have those things maybe looked at when you're updating the language.
That's very helpful, Supervisor Zanger. I think that's great. And part of the requirements that we're looking into is having inspections, reoccurring inspections after obtaining permits. And so that should definitely be included. That's very helpful. Thank you.
That's all. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions? Supervisor Gonzalez.
Just a general question in terms of how long has it been since we've looked at this ordinance, or even the ordinance regarding animals in general? I had a constituent reach out asking about horses and limitations of those. So how long has it been since the county has went and looked at that type of our ordinance and our codes?
Thank you for that question, Supervisor Gonzalez. When I came in April of 2022, there was a effort already to do some amendments to the code, and there was some language that was looking at particularly roosters, but not necessarily to the animal section, Title 13. The rooster aspect that was in was Title 25, and pretty much address permitting requirements. But in regards to the animal section, because we're also looking into incorporating some standards into the animal section, Title 13, we have been meeting bi-weekly with different departments, with animal control, code enforcement, the ag commissioner, planning department, and the county council. We've been meeting every other week to discuss the animal sections of the code, and so we will be addressing that. We're addressing that currently as well.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
That's it. Okay. I don't have any questions except to say the conversation that we started about the islands inside of the city limits when we're talking about ordinance updates. So if we're looking at an ordinance update and it's dealing with roosters, I think we need to keep in mind the county islands and how do we make sure that the county islands are following more of a city plan because they are within the city limits. They're just not in an actual city zone. Does that make sense?
That makes total sense.
Because I don't want to keep perpetuating the problem that we update ordinances and then we expect a little island between two city houses.
Correct.
And that could be bad. So that's all I wanted.
That's a really good point. Thank you.
Is there any direction or motion? I believe this was receive an update and you'll be coming back to us in December.
Yes, tentatively that's the plan.
Okay. Nope. Supervisor Kozmicki.
You said questions that threw me up, but I do support, I just want to say I do support looking at strengthening the ordinance and doing whatever we can to prevent animal abuse here. Thanks.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Abraham. Sorry to keep you for so long.
You're fine, thank you.
We're going to continue on. Right now, we're going to go to the consent items that were pulled. Item number 1.4 was pulled by Supervisor Kozmicki, and this is about the bylaw update that the Economic Advisory Committee has brought forward.
Yeah, no, I pulled it, I've been concerned a little bit about, and I've reviewed some other meetings, whether it's COG, and I'm on fire protection, so this has come up there, but I'm concerned about the bylaws and adding terms to bylaws to basically lock in current members. And so these, when I read this over again, these bylaws, when you look at the details, it also, I wasn't surprised that there was a stipulation in there to add terms to the Economic Committee. It's 2 years in this case. And I know the message that's communicated with these, because I've heard it, is, terms are necessary for continuity and to keep work moving without new members having to relearn, getting things done and don't want to make changes. So we've had, COG has had this discussion now, fire protection has had this discussion now, and now Economic Advisory Committee here. And I'm just concerned because the timing of this when it's happening and that we're essentially a few months away from a new supervisor taking office and then the two city councils, there's potential for changeover. And this is really an unprecedented sort of trend that we're seeing with this discussion about terms on these committees. And I do, I think that the reality is that what's really being proposed is that the people who are currently sitting on these committees retain their seats on their committees, and we get away from tradition and a practice that's worked perfectly fine around here and in every other county, which basically is that every year there, or every 2 years or every year there's a change in the chair, and the majority of the board decides who's going to sit on which committees, and that system is the right system, and it's the only actual legal system. And then, so I'm just concerned. I just want to see if there are other committees, or, so we've had 3 now. We're 4 months away from the board changeover. And I don't think it's coincidence that these discussions are coming up now. Are there other committees where this is going to come up? Are there other rule changes that are being considered that, are in the same realm? When it comes to me, fairness and just the system of local democracy that we have in place, that's been in place forever. I would just say that it works. And if you're on a committee now and you want to stay on that committee going forward, then there should be strong consideration from whoever the chair is going forward, that if you're doing a good job on a committee, then you should stay on that committee. Or you have the ability to make the case to stay on the committee. But I strongly disagree with having any kind of language about terms on a committee like this. The majority of the board has the right to choose who sits on these committees, except for LAFCO, which of course is governed by state law. And also I would say that there's also the concept of rotation is also a good thing in a sense, because it's positive to rotate in order to constantly have fresh ideas on all these different committees. So I just am concerned as to why these are coming up, why it keeps coming up. We all know that there are certain committees that are more desired and more influential than others. COG and LAFCO, obviously. There's jockeying that goes on every 2 years. And this really has nothing to do with continuity, because if it had something, if the priority was continuity on committees, then I would have been on COG in January of 2023 when I was the vice chair, and Chair Sotelo took over and I was taken off of COG. And I was the vice chair of the board and I wasn't the chair of the board the next year. So this really isn't about continuity. This is about certain people wanting to retain their seats on these committees. And, but I'm not against people. Again, if they're doing a good job, I think we should give strong consideration for people to stay on committees. And then mainly what I want to say is I have checked with County Council Prentice, and you cannot legally, basically, you can say whatever you want in these committee bylaws, but there's nothing binding about it. And a committee can't dictate to a future board who's going to be sitting on that board, and a prior board, as in this board, cannot dictate to a future board. They cannot hold that board to any sort of binding rules regarding who sits on committees through these so-called terms. So I'm strongly opposed to having these bylaw languages include terms. On fire advisory, there at least was language in there that basically acknowledged that there's nothing binding about it, and that the governing body decides who sits on those committees. And I will lastly, I just want to pose this question, just because I think it's the reality here is, 2 years ago, if Supervisor Zanger and I had been, I know he joined the board late in that year, but let's just say theoretically he had been on the board and we started to sort of jockey to make rule changes and to make bylaw changes to implement terms on committees. I know there would have been extraordinary blowback to that. And I just think that we should just stop going down this path, because it's, again, mainly it's not even a legal thing. And terms really don't mean anything when it comes to committees. Thanks.
Any other comment?
I have a question, I guess.
Sure.
For county council. So just to be clear, I guess it's something like the Economic Advisory Committee could put term limits in their rules, but they wouldn't mean anything. Is that the idea?
I think you can, an actual term.
I think you went off.
A term, not term limit. I'm sorry, a 2-year term.
Yeah, you could put terms in there. Yeah. As supervisor was saying, you can't specify who would necessarily serve during that term, but you can set terms. Yeah.
So it's a term, but you could just switch someone out in the middle of it?
I'm not sure what you can set the term,
so the Economic Advisory Committee can set terms in the bylaws, 2-year terms.
Right.
But then that person would be locked into that term for 2 years, regardless of what the Board of Supervisors decided?
Oh, no. Yeah, no. The Board of Supervisors would govern that. Right. They could change it. Right.
Okay. So then, I guess. So you can't put terms. You can put terms in, but they don't mean anything.
But it would be the pleasure of the Board of Supervisors as to whether they would change that or not, right? Just like you're doing now, you're changing the rules. They could do that subsequently as well.
Okay. Okay, I got it. I guess I got. Okay, well, I don't see any point to put terms in these rules if the Board of Supervisors just makes the decision in the end. It doesn't make any sense to me. So, I'm obviously opposed to term limits or terms in the committee rules and committee bylaws. And generally, I agree in that, these things they've always been decided by the board. I don't know why we would start with terms now. It doesn't make any sense to me.
Any other comment?
No, I'm just scrolling through my computer to find out what conversation are we having, because this is not the agenda item that I'm looking at.
1.4.
I know, I realized
The
that was a
bylaws.
facetious
Oh, sorry.
comment.
Yeah, so we're including the
Yeah,
addition of terms to the
And I did see the term
bylaws.
is one change, one sentence.
It's just happened, yeah, and it's the
that
same with the
happens to
others.
be in there amongst a series of changes.
It slipped in, yeah.
I don't know. I wasn't part of it. I wasn't part of the discussion. I hear the complaints, and I just don't know where the complaint is coming from, is what I'm saying. Is now when you and I were elected to the board is I know that we got from the clerk, we got a form that showed which committees had their term limits and which they were obligated to or going to be lasting through. And so that should just still be the standard, I would think, regardless of what this is. We would go by whatever the protocol is set up for the county. So us coming in as supervisor would know if you got appointed to such and such a committee, you would know the duration of time that you're going to be serving on that committee. And so I just don't understand all of the...
We don't have terms currently. That's the issue. And that the term is 1 year for these things. And if you're doing a good job...
I have the floor, please. You always say that to me, so thank you. Anyways, I'm just...
You asked a question, though, but that's fine.
But not to you. So I'm just trying to figure out where the logic was coming, and where did this change come from? Who motivated it? Who suggested it? Because that might help me understand the pushback or the motivation for a change. I don't know.
Hi, Gracie.
Hi, good afternoon. So there has been discussions regarding the bylaws.
Can you tell us how long those discussions were requested or started? It's not just like yesterday, last month,
No.
January.
No, these have started, I believe is when we implemented the strategic plan, we shifted over to economic development to create an even more structured bylaws for that committee, specific committee. It wasn't just a conversation between the Board of Supervisors, but it did include other stakeholders that represent from the cities and community groups as well. I'm not sure if either of the supervisors here have any further comments on that, but.
So there's no devious timing to this. It's just a matter of the way this item has come to us within the request of it, modifying things. Okay, I just wanted to make sure that's clear, that there is no hidden agenda. I don't see any problem with the changes. I've never been part or been a member of the Economic Advisory or whatever we're going to be calling it now. So I'm not familiar with the terms per se and how they would impact membership. But if this is a move for the greater good of the community in general, then I'm in favor of it and supportive of this. And that's all I have to say. Thanks.
Any comment?
I can just speak to, we started this process back a year ago. I believe it was last September, wasn't it? We had a strategic planning meeting with a consultant with the entire committee for economic advisory, and so we started working on these bylaws back then. Unfortunately, it took us a year to get it kind of done, and we've gone back and forth, and there's been tons of different edits on this, and really being very, very thoughtful in everything that we're doing here, and so it really was just to try to put forth a set of bylaws that really made sense for this committee, kept it simple enough for us to be able to do the work. There's been a ton of collaboration, a ton of cooperation, and we just felt that the continuity on this would really help, and it would really continue to move forward. There is definitely a learning curve when you get on any of these committees, and being new to a board, I don't think you realize the amount of work that goes into catching up and getting up to speed on the various committees. And so that may have been a past practice, but I don't think that this is a wrong practice going into the future. And I think it's about all of us doing the best that we can to serve the community. So there is nothing that is ill-intentioned or anything about this. It's really trying to do the best that we can. And so that's it with it. So.
The only thing I'm going to add is that this committee talked extensively about the challenges that have happened in the past of why it's so hard to move things forward with economic advisory is because there was always this change. And so in coming up with these new bylaws, it wasn't just Supervisor Sotelo and I coming up with them. It was the entire community of the Business Council, the Chamber, the Downtown Association, everybody came in, and a lot of times it was, how can we have more consistency? That was the theme that came up in the strategic plan. That was the theme that came up. So there was no ill intent here. And if you feel that this is an ill intent, then it's easily changed when you're supposedly taking over next year, it sounds like. So you can change it right back. I'm trying to move things forward so there's consistency. I will tell you one thing. 1 year on this committee, you can't get anything done. It takes you that long. If you're coming, I don't come with a business degree. I don't come with expertise in the business industry. It took me that long to actually understand all the players, how they collaborate, how they don't collaborate, how can we bring people together and actually move economic development forward. And I feel like we've done some things. We've got the HIP camp that came forward. We have this workforce training that's came forward. But it took us 2 years to feel like, and maybe you have a business background that makes it easier for you. So my recommendation is it's still 2 years, because if next year it's appointed to somebody else for 2 years, it's going to take them that much time if they don't come from a business background. So.
And Madam Chair, if I may, just in response and add on, is that I'm troubled by the pattern here. I'm troubled by the fact that we saw COG and then fire protection, now this, and I just want to make sure and put it out there that I just hope there aren't any other, because why don't we just do this with every committee then? I just don't understand why these chosen committees, there's been this attempt sort of within months of the election. The question was put out there. I reviewed the COG meeting, and the question was, there was this really serious examination of whether you guys could just stay in there for 4 years.
Okay, we need to stay on the topic of this
one. That's the problem. I know, but that's why I'm tying it to this, is that there's a pattern here, and it isn't just economic development and wanting to stay on for 2 years, and it's illegal, so it really doesn't matter. Thanks.
Okay, is there a motion?
Move to approve per staff recommendation.
I'll second. All in favor? Aye. And opposed?
No.
Okay, so it's a 3-2. Okay, we're moving on to, I believe it's 1.7, pulled by Supervisor Kosmicki.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure and pull this because I didn't think it would be right to approve it before we had the prior discussion. So I really don't have anything to add. I just wanted to make sure I was able to get the full update on the expansion before moving forward with this item.
Well, I thank you for pulling it because I had it as a possible, and so you pulled it for me, so thank you. So in terms of what...
Hang on, I'm confused. Sorry, I don't mean to. 1.7 is regarding the micro home kitchens.
I got it wrong. I thought we were referring to 1.14. For with Miko's, sorry about Gracie's like, what in the world is he talking about? So with Miko's, the only question is, why can't we extend it indefinitely? Why does there have to be a sunset?
Sorry. So the original ordinance had a clause in it that sunsets the ordinance. It will be coming up fairly soon. I didn't have time to present to the board on SB 972. That is why I'm extending that ordinance for that amount of time, so I can come back to your board to have that discussion regarding Senate Bill 972, which could add additional opportunities for Miko. But this would be a more cost-effective, as I rather amend the ordinance once than amend it twice.
Okay. Sounds good. Thank you.
Okay, going back to my questions, and if you don't mind, Madam Chair.
Sure.
In terms of the Miko, and I understand that why you're doing what you're doing in terms of the timing, but when you bring it back, can we address any fee that's being charged for the application and how those fees are being allocated, whether they're being spent or reinvested in the county? Do we have any kind of monitoring, like on on social media, to see like who's out selling tamales, cookies, cakes, candies, whatever? Because that would be a way for us to enforce it, or whoever might be enforcing it. And then what is the fee, and then what would be the renewal period for these individuals wanting to have their little micro businesses? What would be the duration of their license, for lack of a better word?
So the ordinance does stipulate that the Miko license would be valid for 1 calendar year. They would need to renew that annually. As far as the other questions, I'm not sure. I do have Environmental Health Representative Olga on the line. I'm not sure if she's able to answer.
Well, it's okay because it got pulled, so it wasn't approved per se the way it was, but it sounds like you're going to bring it back to us. And so that's okay.
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 And I'd just like to add to that, because I agree, I think we need to understand the program better and how it's enforced. So if you could bring that back with the other item, I think that would help all of us be able to, especially when there's areas that, the street corners that are happening in those common areas where it's like, if I pull up and say, hey, do you guys have your permit?
Yes.
I just kind of want to make sure the food's safe. So, yeah, if you could bring that information back, I would really appreciate it.
Will do. Thank you.
Any other questions? No? Good. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Because I don't think we had to approve anything. Nope. Oh, yeah, we do. We have a
Resolution.
a resolution to approve. That's going to extend it. So can I get a motion to approve?
Move to approve as recommended.
I'll second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? 5-0.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Gracie. Okay, I believe it was 1.14 was the last one pulled by Supervisor
Yeah, I just
Kosmicki?
ditto what I just said, basically, is that I just wanted to
right.
hear the library, I just wanted to hear the library presentation before approving a contract related
That's a
to it.
good call.
That was it.
Hi, Steve.
Good afternoon.
Further.
I don't know if there's anything except, did we counteract anything that was in this item?
No, you did not.
Okay, so can I get a motion to approve?
Move to approve as recommended.
I'll second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, we are going to go to a future agenda item, and then we're going to close this board meeting and go into the I'm going to say it wrong, Geologic Hazard Abatement District after we close. So we have one future agenda item, is that correct? Yes, one future agenda item. I believe this was put on by Supervisor Sotelo. That's okay, I'm pulling it up myself.
Yeah, so what I am asking for is Operation Greenlight is an event that was created by NACO, the National Association of Counties, and I'm just kind of asking for our county to officially kind of make this event happen. It's the week before Veterans Day. So it's kind of the week leading up to Veterans Day. And it's all about, we can be as extensive or as simple as we would like. But essentially, on the most simple terms, it's taking and putting green lights in front of any of our county buildings and kind of lighting it up green, showing kind of our honor and our respect for our veterans. And so I just thought this might be a really nice way of us honoring the veterans, of being a community that kind of pulls together, especially in light of this will be right before the election. And I'm sure that, we'll be very divided on a lot of different things as a community and things, but this is a way for us to kind of come together. We can argue about lots of different things, but I feel like there is definitely support for our service members and our veterans. And so I was hoping that we could come together and support this. There is the resolution attached. I've briefly spoken to the city, and they're interested in possibly, looking at maybe adopting this as well, and at least looking at it. And I think it'd just be really powerful, showing our support. And I envision it. Let's talk to the courthouse. Let's talk to anybody. I think residents, you can get a green light bulb and you can put it in front of your house. I've talked to the VFW. They're interested in joining in on this as well, if this is something that we choose to do. And so I think that it's a way for us to give our thanks to our service members and our veterans. So I don't see a substantial budget amount for it. I think it's just some light bulbs.
I can donate towards some light bulbs.
We did this last year, didn't we?
We just did the admin building.
We did it just to the admin
Yeah, we
building.
participated in it, yes. So that was good.
I think that the request is to kind of expand it a little and do a little outreach with our neighboring, cities and departments. I have no problem putting a light bulb in my front yard for my flag, turn it green. I think it's kind of cool.
I was thinking the same thing.
So this is just a future agenda item. We would bring it back either that September 24th meeting or the first meeting in November, because I believe it happens that right away. So I would really recommend sooner than later to staff if we're going to bring it back. But is there a consensus from the board if you'd like to bring it back?
Yes.
Okay, I think we got a consensus. Okay, and with that, we're going to have, because we're going to close the board meeting right now, I'd just like to recognize a moment of silence for our CAL FIRE engineer, Christopher Ward. He passed away on August 29th. If you participated, I did send flowers on behalf of the county, and so they were at the services that were on Saturday. It's just very sad to realize that someone could fall while on duty at such a young age. He was only 47 years old. My heart goes out to his family, his friends, and the entire CAL FIRE community and fire communities. So if we could just have a moment of silence, and then we will conclude this board meeting. I want to thank everybody for that, and the community turnout was amazing at that service. So this concludes the September 10th, September 10th, 2024. It is 2:44, right on the nose. So we're going to close this meeting. We're going to open the meeting. It is, what time is it? Hold on here. I want to get this right. I've not done one of these. So this is a geologic hazard abatement district meeting. We're going to open it. It is September 10th, 2024. It is we're going to say 2:45. We have, I believe, 3 items. Yep, 3 items. The first is acknowledging the certificate of posting the certificate of public posting and the public comment opportunity to address the board on items interested not on this agenda. So I'm going to first ask for an acknowledgement of certificate of posting.
So moved.
Second.
I'm going to give it to Supervisor Sotelo on the second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? 5-0. Okay, and then opportunity for anyone to speak before the board on items not on this agenda.
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, please press *9 or the raised hand icon. And I have no public comment.
Okay, so then we're going to move on to item 3.2, which is approve the action minutes from 2022 when I wasn't on the board. So I'm not going to do the motion. Is there someone that would like to do the motion that was on that board?
Second.
Okay, I got a first and a second over here. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay. Do we need public comment on meeting minutes? I don't think we do because it was consent. Okay, we do need to have on consent. Can you just ask, is there anybody that has any comments on consent?
If there are any public comments, please come up to the podium. On Zoom, please press *9 or the raised hand icon. And I have no public comment.
Okay, so now we are moving to the presentation, and I believe Steve's doing the presentation? And he's going to educate me on all of this because I read the PowerPoint and was like, oh, we do this?
Correct. All right, good afternoon. GAD directors, which I'll explain in a moment. So yes, the Geologic Hazard Abatement District was formed by resolution back in 2016, and it was formed as a result of an EIR from an older project where there was potential embankment slides, potential earthquake, seismic zone issues within that project. And so the EIR in that project recommended the formation of a GAD. It's a special district, kind of similar to LAFCO or a lighting district, or it's just a special district. And the Board of Supervisors at that time determined that they would also act as a GAD board of directors. And so you 5 up here get to make decisions for the GAD moving forward. And what the GAD is it's a board that determines how staffing should be implemented and how a program should be implemented. And it's kind of similar to a CFD in that essentially you're a group that waits for someone to propose something to you for your approval, kind of like a CFD. It's kind of like if someone was going to do a subdivision and they, for different reasons, have to be part of a CFD. Well, there is a project in our county, it's called Promontory. I think it's also was previously called the Bluffs. They're located in an area on Southside Road that has experienced some seismic issues and some embankment issues in the past. And so when that EIR was produced, the EIR, one of the conditions was that that project should annex into the San Benito GAD. And so they did that back in 2022. They came to this board and they said, our project would like to annex into the GAD. And what that means is that project area says we will accumulate funding, we will assess our property owners, we will put that money in a fund, and we will use that fund to implement a program that, you know, this board has approved essentially for that project. And we will utilize those funds at the directions of the board to prevent seismic geologic issues, well, not, I shouldn't say seismic, geologic issues from occurring. So soil moving when it's not supposed to move. And if soil moves when it's not supposed to move, then we will have set aside money to actually repair those type of issues. So essentially what it does is it creates a mechanism so that the residents of that area and or the county aren't holding the bag when something seismically or geologic happens to that project. So it's kind of a safety net to some degree is what a GAD is. And so the Promontory Ridgemark, they've been starting to sell homes. They're actually going through their final punch list item of just their roads and their basins and those type of things. So the infrastructure is already there for the project, and they've sold quite a few homes, and they're starting to assess money. I think it was $400 or $500 a year that they'll be assessed, put in this GAD account. And there was a report done for that project called an engineering report that said, when you start assessing funds, you shall set aside, 10% for staffing purposes. I'm rounding, 20% for preventive measures and maybe 70% for actual a rainy day fund in case you had some landslides or something to that effect. So they've been starting to accumulate those funds, and they're actually the first entity that was annexed into the GAD. And so that's why we're having this meeting today, because most GAD structures, and our GAD structure is that there's the board of directors, which is the county board of supervisors. You're the board of directors. Beneath your purview, with that umbrella of you, there's a GAD clerk required by law, which I'll talk about in a minute. A GAD treasurer who's already started to, they created an account for the GAD funding to be placed in from Promontory. So that person's already been at work. There's a GAD manager, which I'll talk about in a minute, and that's not required by GAD law. So take one step back. The clerk and the treasurer are required by GAD law to be hired by the GAD or be staffed by the GAD, I'll say. The manager, GAD manager, is not required by GAD law, but in a moment I'll tell you why it's typical that GADs have a manager. And then a lot of GADs also have attorneys. I'm going to show you some numbers in a moment of other legislative GADs such as this and how they operate throughout California. And then a GAD manager will typically hire a contractor to either implement erosion control measures or to fix repairs that have occurred in the soil that's moved when it wasn't supposed to move. So California GADs, I know this is hard to read, I apologize, but there's Contra Costa Alameda County, they have 30-ish GADs, and Santa Cruz, Santa Clara counties together, they only have, maybe 10. And it's they're sprinkled throughout the state. San Benito County, we have one, and it's you folks here. you are the San Benito GAD. A lot of times bigger subdivisions or bigger areas, it's like in LA, they'll have their own GAD for that area type of thing, but we have one here. So what do other legislative GADs bodies have for their staffing? And what I mean by legislative body GADs is if a board of supervisor or a city council have determined they will also act as the GAD board, that is what's considered a legislative body. So there's roughly, I think, 26 spread throughout California, similar to this GAD board here, where it's either a city or a county decided, okay, our city council is going to be the GAD board, or our board of supervisors will also be the GAD board. So there's 26 total in California. And the way those have decided to implement staffing, and I'll break this down a bit further as we go on. For the clerk, 14 cities or counties have provided their own clerk staff person to be used for the GAD. What that means is that funding that's been accumulated by the Promontory Project, they have X amount of dollars for staffing that can be paid through a contract to a county clerk. The other 12, they've hired a consultant to be a clerk. With treasurer, it's actually split 13-13. Some of the own counties have their own treasurer. Their own treasurer acts as a GAD treasurer, and the other 13, they have a consultant contractor person act as treasurer. For manager, it's 11-14. Attorney, it's actually 13-13. And outside contractors, none of the GADs use their own forced labor. Road crews and others to be contractors, they always contract out when they have actual construction type of activities for the GAD. And for a GAD clerk, we, I think over a year ago, we started to onboard a GAD clerk. Maybe it wasn't that long ago. And we're still kind of going back and forth on their contract. That clerk firm, they also have some lawyers kind of mingled throughout within the clerk activities. So we're trying to just discuss and coordinate if the billing rates are appropriate or not for the GAD. We're still going through the contract. We haven't technically needed a GAD clerk because right now it's, as you can see, it's been maybe once a year we've had the clerk. And just for full disclosure, our two previous county clerks have decided they did not want to be the county clerk for the GAD because of their own workloads. So, so then at that point we reached out to have a consultant contractor become the clerk. So we're still working through that contract. We need to finalize it soon because now that we have funds and money, it's actually required by law that we have an official clerk. So the treasurer, like I said, they've already been onboarded. They do typical treasurer tasks, and a GAD manager. So it's not a requirement that a GAD has a manager, but all other legislative body GADs such as this, they do have a GAD manager. And what the GAD manager does is, it's typical geotechnical engineering firm. They monitor the site, they provide any maintenance, repairs, plans, respond to emergencies, correspond with community owners. They provide status reports to the GAD board of their activities. They will start attending our GAD meetings. They prepare assessments, and they actually prepare annual budgets and a report to show how they're using the funds, and they get that coordinated with the treasurer. So they start utilizing the funds that are being accumulated in that account that the treasurer set up. That's what a GAD manager does. I also wanted to discuss GAD attorneys. All legislative bodies at one point in time will at least hire a GAD attorney to be available for use. They are separate from the county council is in that they're not a county council person. However, I think it was 1313 for attorneys, whether they use their own internal attorneys at city or county staff, or they contracted out for their attorneys to be onboarded. And they just provide, general county council legal services for GAD and GAD law. And one thing to note is that GAD staffing does not require us to go out, the board to go out for an RFP for staffing. I think just reading a little bit, it's because GAD districts are usually, they're pretty small. They have a pretty small scope of work. And long story short, you don't have to, the board does not have to go out for an RFP to add staff per the state's GAD laws. And then the options are to onboard GAD staff. You can direct county staff to produce an RFQ. You could also just contract with the county, the GAD can, to provide GAD staff services. For example, if the board of directors decided they wanted one of our county council or the county council staff in general to be the GAD county council, we would just write up a contract between the GAD and the county of San Benito. It might be an MOU, but it would just be a contract between those two entities. And then what we've done up to this point is, and this was for previous GAD meetings, we just appointed a third-party consultant to serve as GAD staff with contracts for the position. So for the clerk and for the treasurer, we had provided a sample contract to this board. The board said, okay, you can use that contract to reach out to a GAD consultant, and so we did that in the past with both the clerk and the treasurer. And like I said, we're still going back and forth on the clerk, and the clerk that the GAD had selected, that person actually changed firms, and so that put a little wrinkle in things, but she's moved to another firm, and so we're starting to coordinate with her at a new firm and make sure she has clerking abilities and things. So that's why we're here today. It was more of an overview. I don't think I asked for any decisions to be made, but at the next board meeting, I just wanted this board to have some time to digest what a GAD is and how it operates. And now that we're coming up in the rainy season in a couple months, we probably need to consider having a manager again. I don't think let's see, for GAD managers. Oh, they did. Okay, so some city or county staff did have their own managers manage the GADs. 11 city counties GAD boards decided to do that, and 14 decided to have an outside contractor. I would recommend being involved with Public Works and those type of activities that we contract out to have a GAD manager, because we're stretched. We're doing a lot of different things, and I'm not sure we have time and the bandwidth to also be the GAD manager. So staff would recommend that the board consider either going out for RFQ for a manager, or just we can bring back some recommendations of other geotechnical firms that have also acted as GAD managers at the next GAD meeting, depending on the direction of this board. And also for consideration, to be thinking about, and I'm not sure it has to happen now, but sometime probably in the near future, the GAD should consider also onboarding an attorney just in case. It's one of those things where you don't have to pay them until they actually perform services, but it seems to be like a viable and good strategy to actually onboard a GAD attorney at some point. But for now, I think a GAD manager, we'd recommend that a manager is onboarded fairly soon. Now, there's funding available, and the funds can be utilized for GAD activities. So I'll pause there for questions.
Okay, let's open it up to public comment.
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, please press star 9 or the raised hand icon. And I have no public comment.
Okay, any questions for Steve? Supervisor Gonzalez.
Okay, if memory serves me, last time we had this on the agenda, I believe I was the board chair at the time, and we didn't have much information on this item. It was just kind of the formality we're going through, and they were looking for a clerk. But I want to remind this board that we are the GAD board of directors. We are ultimately severally and individually liable for whatever is going on. So then that leads into the question is, I thought we had hired a clerk. So that clerk has since left the GAD, is that? Because I know I remember the conversation about Vanessa being involved and so forth, and it was not a responsibility that we wanted to thrust upon her. So
Right.
what's the status of the clerk then at this point?
You bet. Do you want me to answer, Shirley? Okay, well, yeah. So we started a contract with that person, and we were kind of going back and forth on the verbiage of the contract, and our own county council was helping with that. I don't know if it's a negotiation, but just finalizing the contract. And then at some point, yeah, that person changed firms, and so we're still going through that process, but I don't know if you want to.
Okay.
So the person at issue is Nadia Costa, and she actually has quite a bit of expertise as a lawyer in GAD law. She's served on the statewide board or the commission for GADs. She's also a CEQA expert in CEQA law. So the difficulty is that the scope and budget that was proposed all pertain to clerk duties and not legal, but the hourly rate that's specified is what would be commensurate with a lawyer at that high level of expertise. The discounted rate that has been proposed is $695 an hour, which is discounted from her standard rate of $840 an hour. So it seems that using her as the clerk is perhaps a waste of her talents. She would be really good as a GAD attorney, and perhaps it would behoove, based on that high hourly rate, the board might want to consider whether you would want to seek a clerk from another source and perhaps consider her as GAD counsel. But anyway, we've been kind of in discussions, and it hasn't really, there's been a little bit of a disconnect in terms of, well, the scope seems and budget seems like it should be more for attorney services, and why should we be modifying the scope? And anyway, it hasn't really been present because the GAD hasn't really been actively doing much. So we're trying to get it wrapped up. But my recommendation would be to maybe take a step to one side, and if your board is so inclined, consider her possibly as GAD counsel and find a more economical option to be GAD clerk.
Okay, but thank you for that suggestion. But my other questions is who's monitoring this individual and their work? Who's making the decision, and who's doing the hiring? Because if we're the board, we're not getting those day-to-day, that information and that reporting back to us. So today you're here asking us for what? Permission to hire a manager? Is that what it looks like? Because there's no attachments to the transmittal. There's no background information other than what my lived experience gave me. And so I don't even know what the ask is. And you said it with your org chart that we need a clerk, a manager, attorney, and a treasurer. So if this entity, whatever the GAD is in a legal body, it's starting to collect funds, there needs to be a treasurer that's been named, hired, and so forth. But again, we as a board, we're the board supposedly responsible for this organization, and we have none of that information. I personally don't, unless somebody else does. And that's why staff, who are the staff that are on board currently? Is there any staff on board?
Yes, the treasurer has been onboarded. So to take one step back, I probably should have mentioned, for the first year of the project, promontory, or any project being finalized, I'll say, they're responsible completely for that first year of any GAD type of activities. And so they're coming up to that year. And like I said, they're starting to accumulate funds. So in the interim, we were able to onboard the treasurer so that the funds can be placed in an account. And that's what's occurred at this time. We thought, doing some research, that the individual that Shirley just mentioned, she was recommended as a clerk, but the more we dug into it, it seemed like she was more of providing legal type of guidance for GADs and less clerk type of activities. And so Shirley kind of summarized where we're at in that regard. So I think we're not asking for any direction now. It's going to be at the next board meeting. We're going to likely come back to this board and say, here's some other recommendations for a clerk. Here is our input regarding this other individual regarding her skills as a GAD attorney. And then here's some options as a GAD manager. I think at this point in time, it would be helpful if this board decided, do you want us to RFQ for any of those positions, or do you want us to just do more research and provide the results of our research? And we can come back with, I think we did 2 or 3 recommendations last time, but we need to do a little more research if you want us just to research consultants and their
Do we have an idea of the fees, the cost that the RFQ is going to require? The funds that are already existing, what's the balance of that? What's the cost is going to be for the RFQ and to get somebody on board? And I just think that this as a board legally, I just feel like we don't have enough information. I understand that you're not asking for any decision today, but 3 of the 5 of us sitting up here don't have prior experience of this, and I just want to make sure those moving forward, you understand what you guys are being entrusted and the responsibility that's being thrust upon you, because it's clear as mud for me. And I've been here. This is going on this is almost the end of my 4th year, and so I just want to make sure they understand, and especially that when money gets involved, who are they accountable to? Where are those funds being reported to? The expenditures and so forth, because, as I said, I don't have any of that information, and I know that the other 3 members, the newer members, don't have it either.
Fair.
So it just causes me some concern.
Fair points. And what I can do, I try to make this a broad overview. I probably should have gone back to one of the original presentations, perhaps 1.5 years ago, that provided some more details on what GAD's functioning, what the function of a GAD is, and this GAD. So I tried to make this kind of a broad revisiting of that discussion, but I think I need to make maybe another, I'll provide more details, but yeah. So I'll bring back that presentation. I'll bring back the account status from the treasurer, and then at that point, on the 24th, I will be asking this board to give direction if you want staff to go out for an RFQ. We just do it. I mean, it's the time and energy to do track. I'm not even sure how we pay our staff to do that. We just do RFQs. We just produce them. But we could produce an RFQ if that's what the board directs us to do. We could contract internally with GAD staff, although I'm not sure much of our staff have a bandwidth to do some GAD activities. I know manager, I would highly recommend we don't have internal staff be the GAD manager. And then, or the board at this next meeting could at least direct us to just provide some, I guess we don't want to do today. You can say, yes, we want you to give us third-party consultants options. And I think last time we went through sort of their resumes and background, and we had a little bit of a discussion in that regard. So we would say, here's GAD manager, option 1, here's their experience. Option 2 would be this firm's experience, and option 3 would be this person's experience. If the board wanted us to do third-party consultants. So does that answer the question a little bit? Okay.
I thank you for that information. As we're moving forward, it just needs to be more clear what's being asked of us and what exactly does this entity look like already, and especially accountability when there's funds involved. Who's monitoring it, who's overseeing it, and so forth, and authorizing funds, the expenditures.
Right. This was supposed to be a general overview today, but
Yeah, I think just a little follow-up that as things are up and running, reports will be provided to your board in terms of the funds and the the budget and whatnot. But that would be something that the treasurer and the GAD manager would bring forward. Hopefully in the near future.
But you're acknowledging right now we don't have that information. It doesn't exist. It has not been given to this board.
Correct.
Okay, I just wanted that. I want that on the record. Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Madam Chair, yeah, I mean, for me, I'm looking at it, maybe I'm too simplistic, but we just need to go and hire these third-party manager. I don't know what order we go in, but manager, attorney, clerk, I would assume manager, because then they can give insight on how they want to move forward with it, and then we vote on these things. And I don't think we have to necessarily get a whole big, broad presentation next time around. I think we just need to give you authority to go hire outside. I don't want to hire anybody. I don't want to use anybody from in-house. Thank you.
Supervisor Sotelo.
How would typically a GAD meeting look? I mean, exactly like this, we would adjourn a regular Board of Supervisors meeting, and then we'd bring in a whole nother crew of staff?
Correct. Or at your direction, you could pick another time or date. A lot of legislative boards, they tend to meet right after their normal meeting for obvious reasons, because everybody's together and the time frame works. But this board could say, we would like to meet Wednesdays at 7:30 and have a whole special meeting for the GAD. So,
Okay.
or Saturdays, mornings, that's right.
Okay. I mean, I totally see where like the manager and the attorney, I'm just wondering, you know, with clerking it, it seems like, is there any way that we could incorporate maybe our own staff? I know that they're already tasked with a lot, but it seems like it's part of what we're already doing. It's part of our agenda. They're noticing it. I mean, it just seems like we're creating another position and paying for something that in a lot of ways is already being done, because it has to be on this agenda, right? Or is it going to be a separate?
It could be completely separate. Think of it as
but it doesn't have to be. So
we're not really paying.
The residents are paying for it.
Yeah, that's correct.
The members of it's like a special district or a CSA, like you said. And you have to look at it that way.
And perhaps, think of yourself as another LAFCO. And one thing that'll occur now that the GAD's, I'll say, becoming more real, because we have funds and we have assessments, and that's starting to occur, the clerk would have to, besides just posting agendas, which has occurred because our staff is great and they've just kind of, been proactive in helping, but they would have to start doing meeting minutes, and they would have to start doing clerk type of activities for the GAD. It might be minimal, but the minutes, are a little bit of a task for clerks, and so I'll leave it at that. But.
Supervisor Zanger, do you have any comment? Okay, my only comment is I really think it needs to be completely outside. I think that we should be looking at how these other GADs are managed, if they are like a LAFCO, where there's people that are experts at this, so that it's not burdening the staff. Looking at Santa Cruz and Santa Clara, they have a lot of GADs compared to what we have, and piggybacking on what they've done and not reinventing the wheel would be my recommendation. So if you can add that to your research. The only other thing is I agree completely with Supervisor Gonzalez. This is a liability. If we don't get our arms wrapped around this and it falls to the wayside, that liability will fall on the county, and we do not want that. So we need to make sure that we don't drop this and get a manager on as soon as possible. And we can start small and negotiate up if services are needed, but you're talking about soil that could be moving, and you need people out there that are monitoring that soil, living in a place where soil moves, and I don't have anybody monitoring except for the fact that my house slides off the side of a hill or whatever. You need somebody that's coming out and monitoring that, and that is an area that we already know from that slide off of South Side from the Sunny Slope Water District. We don't want to take any risks.
Correct.
I mean, that's where I'm at.
That's why we're here today. You bet.
So it makes a lot more sense now than just reading it. So we just don't want to drop it.
Sounds good.
Okay, anything else? So we'll see you back. When are we going to see you back?
On the 24th. I have clear direction, so
Okay.
We'll see you in just a couple weeks.
Okay, can I get a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn the GAD?
The GAD.
GAD.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Goodbye.